Beneath the moonlit skin of the sea lies a realm few have dared to imagine, an empire of silence and memory. Long before Poseidon struck his trident into the deep, before mortals learned to name the tides, the ocean already had its daughters. They were neither goddesses nor mortals, but something more elusive, the Nereids, born from the very breath of creation. Sailors once claimed that when they sang, storms would fall asleep mid-roar. Yet others feared that when they stopped singing, whole kingdoms would drown. They are the ocean's secret heart, the pulse that beats beneath every shipwreck, every moonlit wave. But what happened to them? How did these radiant voices fade into myth, leaving behind only the whisper of waves on forgotten shores? Tonight, we descend beneath the waterline to remember the daughters of the sea. Before Olympus gleamed above the clouds, before mortals even dreamed of gods, there was only movement, the slow heartbeat of an endless ocean. It rolled and folded upon itself, murmuring in languages older than sound. Out of that eternal pulse came Nereus, the old man of the sea, calm, patient, uncorrupted by war or pride. He drifted through the darkness like thought itself, tracing the first currents of time. Beside him shimmered Doris, daughter of Oceanus, radiant with the glow of dawn upon still water. From their union the world was gifted 50 daughters, the Nereids. Each one embodied a different mood of the sea. Galatea, gentle as moonlit surf. Cymotho, swift as a breaking wave. Psamathe, quiet as sand beneath the tide. And among them the youngest Thetis, whose destiny would one day alter the fate of gods and men alike. Their birth was unlike any other. Where their laughter touched, coral bloomed. Where their hands brushed the surface, pearls formed from tears of joy. The sea, once silent, now sang. And in that song lay the blueprint of rhythm, of tides, of the very music that keeps the world breathing. The gods above had not yet taken notice. To them, the ocean was merely boundary, a place to cast reflections. But in its depths, consciousness was stirring. The Nereids swam in spirals around their father, their hair streaming like ribbons of sunlight through green glass. They learned the art of harmony, how to soothe a raging current, how to summon calm with a breath. Each sister carried her own temperament. Some loved the surface world, curious about the faint stars glittering beyond the waves. Others feared the brightness, preferring the endless dusk below. Yet together, they were balance incarnate, the ocean's gentle defiance against chaos. When Nereus first spoke to them, his voice was not command but blessing. "Be the kindness that tempers the storm," he said. "Be the voice that remembers." And so they became the keepers of memory. Every whisper of current, every shell on the shore, every drowned tear of mortal sorrow would find its way back to them. But peace, as the myths always remind us, is only ever borrowed. For where there is stillness, new gods soon arrive, hungry to claim it. Was it inevitable that serenity would one day draw the attention of Olympus? Or could the daughters of the sea have remained forever unbound, singing to themselves in a world that had not yet learned the meaning of ownership? The sea darkens as this question lingers, and above, thunder gathers. They called him Nereus, though some whispered older names now lost to coral and tide. In the deep before memory he drifted, not as ruler, but as witness. His hair shimmered like silver kelp, his beard tangled with the roots of coral. To mortals he was myth, to the sea he was conscience. Unlike the violent gods who would come later, Nereus never conquered the waves. He listened to them. The sea, in those early days, was alive with murmurings. Every current carried a story, every bubble a secret, and Nereus knew them all. He was called the Truthful One because the ocean could not lie to him. When gods above deceived one another, when kings on land betrayed their oaths, Nereus heard the ripples of their falsehood echoing through the deep. He was the first prophet, though he spoke in riddles. Sailors who prayed at his altars sought calm seas, but those few who met him face to face learned that prophecy was a burden. Nereus saw not only what would come, but what must come. To know the future was to feel its weight pressing through time. His daughters, the Nereids, gathered around him as students of peace. He taught them the art of equilibrium, how to cradle the wounded, how to sing to whirlpools until they gentled into sleep. He told them that power should never roar. It should flow, like water finding its path. They adored him, these 50 lights of the deep. Each bore a fragment of his wisdom, yet none matched his calm. When storms thundered above, Nereus would close his eyes, sensing the tremors of mortal fear. "Do not fear the storm," he'd tell his daughters. "Fear only the silence after it passes. For in that stillness, you hear what the world has lost." But peace never goes unnoticed for long. Far above, Olympus was being carved from cloud and lightning. The brothers of creation, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, had drawn lots for dominion. The sky, the sea, and the underworld were divided like spoils of war. To mortals, it seemed order had triumphed. To Nereus, it sounded like a storm approaching. He felt at first the vibration of a trident cutting through distant currents. Poseidon was coming. The sea would soon have a new master, one who ruled with thunder rather than patience. In the twilight of the deep, Nereus gathered his daughters. "The age of calm ends," he said quietly. "Remember this peace, for it will soon be tested." Thetis, still young and luminous, tilted her head. "Father, can any god truly own the sea?" Nereus smiled, the lines of his face forming like currents on sand. "The sea belongs to no one," he whispered, "but the gods will try." He turned his gaze toward the shifting ceiling of water above, where a faint flicker of lightning spread like veins across the surface. He knew the name of the storm that approached, though it had not yet spoken. Poseidon's arrival would not simply bring dominion, it would bring choice. Would the Nereids bend, or would they teach the god of the sea humility? Already the ocean's pulse had changed. Fish scattered from unseen tremors, kelp forests swayed in confusion. The harmony the Nereids had woven began to fray. The waves that once sang now braced for something heavier, a rhythm not of balance, but of command. Still, Nereus did not resist. He was too ancient to fight, too wise to interfere. Instead, he sank deeper into his coral throne, his eyes closing as if in sleep. Prophecy stirred within him like a slow tide. He saw flashes of what would come. Tridents raised in fury, ships split apart by divine storms, and one mortal child, born of sea and flesh, whose death would echo through eternity. Yet even as visions swirled, his expression remained serene. Perhaps this too was balance. When the first rumble of Poseidon's arrival reached the lower depths, the Nereids gathered around their father for guidance. "What shall we do, father?" asked Amphitrite, the most steadfast among them. "Do we kneel or flee?" Nereus opened his eyes, the color of calm before dawn. "Neither," he said softly. "You endure. The sea has outlasted every god who ever claimed it. Remember that." And then, like a whisper dissolving into the tide, the old man of the sea disappeared into legend. Some say he transformed into a seal, a trickster of waves, to wander unseen. Others say he became the voice sailors hear in the hush between waves, that low hum that feels like the ocean remembering itself. Whatever his fate, his wisdom endured in the hearts of his daughters. For in every quiet current, they could still hear his final words echoing. When gods arrive with thunder, respond with patience. For even thunder fades when it meets the deep. But far above, the water began to churn. A god of storms had touched the sea for the first time. The era of gentle guidance was ending, and the era of dominion had begun. Would the Nereids surrender to this new master, or would they remind him that even gods must learn to breathe beneath the waves? The sea had never bowed to anyone. It had no crown, no borders, no memory of chains. Yet one day, from the thundering clouds above, a voice broke through the deep, commanding, magnificent, and uninvited. Poseidon had arrived. Lightning split the surface of the waters as he descended, a figure sculpted from storm. His eyes gleamed with the reflection of endless waves, and in his hand, the trident burned with the light of newborn dominion. He was not yet the god of the sea. He had come to claim it. The ocean trembled beneath his touch, not out of fear, but out of recognition. This was power, young, volatile, and restless. Poseidon was not like Nereus, who whispered to the tides. He shouted to them, demanded their obedience. For days the currents churned. Whirlpools formed where his trident struck. Volcanoes beneath the sea awakened like old wounds reopening. The balance the Nereids had tended for eons was unraveling. From their coral halls, the 50 daughters of Nereus rose, luminous as pearls, their songs trembling through the currents. At their center stood Amphitrite, calm, strong, radiant with quiet defiance. She faced the oncoming tempest with the stillness of the deep. "Why does he disturb our waters?" asked Galatea, her voice soft but edged with fear. "He is not of us. He seeks to rule," Amphitrite replied, watching the streaks of lightning pierce the waves. "But the sea obeys only itself." Poseidon heard their whispers, for even beneath the roar of storms, he could sense when the sea was speaking. The Nereids' presence intrigued him. He felt their power, subtle, fluid, ancient. He knew that to control the sea, he must win them. So he descended. Through the trembling blue he fell, the thunder of his entry shaking coral gardens and waking creatures long asleep. When he reached the abyssal plain, the Nereids stood before him like living stars, their eyes reflecting both curiosity and caution. Poseidon raised his trident. "I am Poseidon, son of Cronus, brother of Zeus," he declared. "The sea is mine now." The words echoed, heavy and foreign in that sacred space. Amphitrite stepped forward, her expression unreadable. "Yours?" she asked softly. "Can a man own the wind? Can a god hold the tide in his hand?" Her question was not defiance, it was truth. Poseidon, accustomed to challenge, found himself speechless for a moment. The sea, vast and eternal, was not a kingdom to be claimed. It was a living will, but he would not be denied. "The lots were drawn," he said, his voice booming like distant thunder. "Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld, and I—" He looked around, the trident gleaming. "I take this." The Nereids exchanged glances. Some felt awe, others sorrow. The sea had chosen no master, yet fate had chosen one for it. Amphitrite turned to her sisters. "If the sea must have a ruler," she murmured, "then let it be one who learns its patience." Poseidon watched her, and for the first time his storming heart softened. Her calm unsettled him more than any tempest could. He saw in her not submission, but balance, a force equal to his chaos. He spoke again, quieter now. "You are Amphitrite, daughter of Nereus." "I am," she answered. "Then be my queen." The sea itself seemed to still. The Nereids gasped, for never before had a god sought union with one of their kind. It was both an honor and a warning. For where divine desire touched mortal serenity, worlds changed. Amphitrite turned away, her silver hair swirling like mist. "I will not wed the storm," she whispered, and vanished into the depths. Poseidon stood alone in the fading light. Around him, the sea seemed to watch, patient, waiting to see if this god would chase peace or force it. For the first time, Poseidon felt something he did not know how to name: humility. He rose again to the surface, but the sea resisted his every step. Each wave seemed to push him back, each current testing his resolve. He realized then that to rule the sea, he must first earn its trust. And trust, as every god learns too late, cannot be commanded. Days turned into years in mythic time. Poseidon's storms grew gentler, his anger tempered by longing. The Nereids continued their songs beneath, tending to the coral forests and cradling the newborn creatures of the deep. Yet sometimes, when lightning flickered across the surface, they could feel his eyes searching for them, for her. It was then that the sea began to change once more. Amphitrite, hiding in a cavern beyond mortal reach, felt the pull of the god who sought her not as conquest, but as equal. She remembered her father's words, "Even thunder fades when it meets the deep." Perhaps, she thought, the storm could learn to listen. When at last she emerged from hiding, the sea seemed to sigh in relief. Poseidon awaited her, no longer a conqueror but a student of its depths. His trident rested at his side. His gaze was steady, not demanding. Amphitrite approached slowly, her voice like the whisper of foam. "Do you come to rule?" "No," Poseidon said. "I come to learn." And in that moment the sea accepted him. The waves, once wild, calmed around his feet. The Nereids sang again, not in fear, but in recognition. The pact was sealed. Poseidon would reign but never own. The sea would bow but never break. As the last echo faded, Amphitrite joined him, her hand resting on his. The trident glowed softly, no longer as weapon, but as promise, a bond between storm and silence. Far below, in the coral throne long abandoned, Nereus stirred in sleep and smiled. The sea had chosen its balance after all. But even peace among gods is temporary. For where love and power entwine, destiny soon follows, and one daughter of the sea, brighter than all the rest, would soon draw Olympus into chaos. Who among them would challenge fate next? And what price would the waves demand for it? When the sea is calm enough, when the moon lays its silver road across the water, some say you can still hear her voice, soft, distant, carrying the ache of the ages. It is the song of Thetis, youngest daughter of Nereus, the sea's most radiant child. Before her name became legend, Thetis was only a whisper in the foam, a being so luminous that even light hesitated to leave her skin. The dolphins followed her wherever she swam, the tides bent gently around her, and the very shells of the sea seemed to open for her passage. She was not proud of this. Beauty was never her ambition. She sought instead balance, a perfection between stillness and motion, between the mortal and divine. Among her sisters, Thetis was known for her voice. When storms howled, she would rise and sing, a note so pure it could quiet Poseidon's thunder. When she sang, the ocean itself seemed to exhale. Even the gods above Olympus would pause, listening to the rhythm of her melody carried upward through clouds. It was said that her voice could soothe wrath, but also stir love, and in the realm of immortals, love was more dangerous than war. Zeus heard that song first, then Poseidon. Both were entranced. For the first time since the sea and sky were divided, the two brothers looked toward the same woman, and the heavens trembled beneath the weight of their desire. Zeus, Lord of all, watched her rise each dawn from the horizon, her silhouette tracing the golden line of light. He saw in her not just beauty, but peace, something he could never command. Poseidon, her uncle, saw her as kin, as part of the sea he now ruled. And yet, what he felt for her was not paternal but possessive. Thetis had no wish to belong to either. She knew that to love a god was to lose herself. Her father had warned her once, "The sea is vast because it does not cling." But even the cautious cannot escape prophecy. One night, as Thetis floated in the still waters near Thessaly, a shape emerged from the mist, a Titaness older than Olympus itself. The figure's eyes burned with the pale light of forgotten stars. It was Themis, the ancient voice of divine law. "Thetis," she whispered, her tone like waves retreating from stone, "beware the passion of the gods, for your child, should you bear one, will be greater than his father." Thetis felt the water around her still. "Greater than his father?" she repeated. Themis nodded. "If you unite with a god, his reign will end. Olympus will tremble, Zeus will fall, the sea will rise." And just like that, the vision dissolved, leaving only ripples in her wake. Thetis rose to the surface, trembling. She understood the prophecy's weight. If she refused the will of Zeus, she risked his fury. If she obeyed, she would doom Olympus. It was a paradox, love forbidden not by law but by consequence. Days later, the gods gathered in council. Zeus, uneasy with the omen, decreed, "Let no god take Thetis for wife." His voice shook the clouds. "Let her be wed to a mortal, and so the danger shall pass." The decision fell like thunder across the pantheon. Poseidon's face darkened. Hera's eyes glimmered with relief, one less rival. Hermes, ever the whisperer, carried the news across the world. When Thetis heard it, her heart broke. not from rejection, but from understanding. She would never be free, even peace had been chosen for her. And so she swam to the farthest trench of the sea, where the pressure crushed mountains and no light could survive. There, surrounded by the glow of strange creatures, she sang for the last time as an immortal unbound. It was not a song of love or rage, but of surrender, a lament for choice itself. The sound traveled through leagues of water, reaching dolphins, whales, and even the ears of the new god of the sea. Poseidon heard and wept, for though he now ruled all the oceans, in that song he realized the truth. No power could govern the heart of the deep. But the world above had already begun to shift. On land, there lived a man named Peleus, a mortal prince favored by the gods for his courage and humility. He hunted on lonely shores, always near the waves, though he could not say why. He often paused to listen to the sound of the surf, unaware that what he heard was not wind, but her voice. Their paths were already woven by fate. Soon the sea's most radiant daughter would meet the mortal destined to both love her and lose her. Thetis, unaware of his existence, continued to wander the waves, each note of her song echoing the sorrow of her prophecy. She was both cherished and cursed, beloved by gods, yet denied by them, destined to birth greatness, yet doomed to grief. And still she sang, for the sea demanded it. Every swell of the tide carried her melody to the farthest coasts, where fishermen swore they heard the ocean hum in mourning. Those who listen even now, on nights when the wind stills and the horizon glows faintly blue, might catch the faint echo of her voice, not as legend but as memory, because the sea, like Thetis, never forgets. And somewhere in that endless depth, the prophecy stirs, waiting for the moment when a mortal's heart will collide with divine sorrow, and the course of history will change with the cry of a child. The story of Thetis was only beginning. Her love had not yet met its name, her tragedy not yet written, but the waves were already whispering of a wedding that would shake Olympus, and a son whose glory would outshine the stars. What could be more dangerous than a love chosen by fate and forbidden by the gods? When the will of Zeus is spoken, even the sea must pause. The decree was final. Thetis, daughter of Nereus, would never wed a god. She was to be given to a mortal, not for love, but to protect Olympus from prophecy. Thetis resisted. How could she, born of coral and tide, ever belong to earthbound flesh? Yet fate, as the poet said, does not ask permission, it unfolds. And so began one of the strangest love stories in all of myth. The union of a goddess who could not be tamed, and a man who dared to try. Peleus was no ordinary mortal. He was a hero in the quiet sense. Patient, thoughtful, strong not from pride but from endurance. The gods favored him for his humility, and perhaps that was why Zeus chose him. But to Thetis, he was still a stranger, a flicker of dust in the wide theater of eternity. The first time he saw her, he thought he had witnessed a dream. She rose from the foam near the coast of Thessaly, her form glowing in the early dawn, her hair like flowing starlight through the surf. She looked upon him without fear, only the cool detachment of the sea observing the shore. Peleus fell to his knees. "Who are you?" he whispered. "The sea," she replied softly, "and the sorrow within it." He reached for her hand, but she dissolved into mist. He returned night after night, calling her name, offering flowers and pearls to the waves. The gods watched, curious. They had seen men chase power, but rarely patience. Finally, even Thetis took notice. She appeared again, her eyes the color of deep water. "Why do you seek me, mortal?" "Because even the gods cannot keep beauty from being seen," he said. She smiled, faint, distant, but real. "Then you are a fool." "Perhaps," he replied, "but even fools may love wisely." Her laughter echoed across the tide. "If you can catch me, I will be yours," she said, then vanished again, leaving only a trail of silver light. What followed became legend, for Thetis was a shapeshifter, boundless as the sea. When Peleus reached for her, she became fire. When he grasped the flame, she turned to water. When he dove into the tide, she became wind, then serpent, then lioness, then missed. Yet Peleus did not yield. Guided by wisdom from the centaur Chiron, he clung to her through every transformation, enduring pain, fire, and freezing depths. At last, exhausted, she returned to her true form, shimmering, divine, defeated not by strength, but by devotion. "You could have let go," she whispered. "I know," he answered, "but the sea never surrenders, and neither do I." Something inside her changed then, a quiet shift, like the moment between waves. She saw not conquest in his grasp, but constancy. The same patience her father had taught her, reflected now in a mortal's eyes. And so, Thetis consented. The gods prepared the wedding themselves, for no union of such consequence could pass unseen. On Mount Pelion, beneath the whispering oaks, they gathered. Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Apollo, Athena, all seated side by side, uneasy allies for one rare night of peace. Even Nereus emerged from the sea's edge, his old eyes glimmering with pride and worry. Golden garlands hung from the trees, and ambrosia flowed like light. The muses sang songs of destiny and of love that defied reason. The Nereids, 50 daughters of the deep, rose from the waves to dance for their sister, their luminous forms swirling like foam caught in sunlight. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. But every celebration in myth carries a shadow. From the farthest edge of Olympus, where joy turns to envy, came a figure uninvited. Eris, goddess of discord, the one no god dared summon. She appeared in silence, stepping into the golden light with eyes sharp as broken glass. From her hand she released a single apple, glowing with divine fire. Upon it were carved the words, "To the fairest." The apple rolled between the feet of the goddesses, Hera, Athena, Aphrodite, each pausing, each recognizing the challenge it carried. In that moment, harmony cracked. Thetis, radiant in her bridal veil of seafoam silk, felt it too, the tremor that would echo for centuries. For though she did not yet know it, her wedding would not only unite sea and land, it would plant the seed of the greatest war ever told. As the gods quarreled quietly in golden tones, the fates looked on, their spindles spinning threads that glowed faintly red. One day, from this marriage, a son would be born, a warrior unmatched, whose name would outshine even those of Olympus. And from this apple, kingdoms would burn. But for now, the air was filled with music. Thetis took Peleus's hand, and for a fleeting instant, she believed in peace. Her sisters encircled her, their laughter like waves breaking on stone. Even Poseidon smiled, pride softening his stormy gaze. Nereus, watching from the depths, murmured a quiet prayer that love might shelter what prophecy could not. When night fell, the gods departed, their lights rising into the heavens like drifting embers. The sea reclaimed its stillness. Only the distant gleam of the golden apple remained, half buried in grass, innocent, glowing, waiting. Down by the shore, Thetis and Peleus stood in silence. "Do you regret it?" he asked. She looked toward the horizon, where the sea met the sky. "Not yet," she said. Above them, thunder rumbled softly, as though the heavens themselves knew the cost of what had just begun. Because in the fragile quiet after joy, destiny always begins to whisper. And beneath the waves, the Nereids felt it, a shiver through the deep. Something vast was coming, something born from this union. A storm the sea itself could not calm. What kind of child could be born of divine sorrow and mortal love? And what happens when prophecy grows in the womb of a goddess? For a while, the world seemed at peace. After the gods left Pelion and the golden apple sank into rumor, Thetis and Peleus built a quiet life on the silver edge of Thessaly. The sea visited them daily, gentle tides, soft winds, dolphins carrying pearls as gifts. It was the illusion of harmony before history turned its wheel again. From their union came a child, radiant as sunrise, Achilles. Even at birth, the water shivered around him. The fates had not spoken his name, yet the air already felt charged with prophecy. Thetis held him close, whispering the ancient lullabies of her sisters, songs meant to guard the boundary between life and death. But even a mother's song cannot drown destiny. She knew what the oracle had warned, that her son's glory would be eternal, and his life brief. To save him, she sought to make him something no prophecy could harm. Night after night she carried him to the river Styx, whose waters burned colder than any flame. She dipped him in its current, gripping him tightly by the heel. The water hissed around him, sealing his skin with divine armor. Only where her hand held fast did mortality remain. When she emerged, the child did not cry. He only stared, calm and silent, as if he understood. Thetis kissed the small heel she had spared. "Even the sea cannot hide its weakest tide," she whispered. Peleus watched her from the rocks. He loved her still, but he felt the distance growing, the distance between mortal patience and immortal fear. He could not follow her into the realms she wandered, could not comprehend the quiet desperation that lived behind her calm eyes. Years passed, and Achilles grew swift, restless, beautiful. Chiron, the wise centaur, trained him among the mountains, taught him to aim his spear by listening to the rhythm of the wind, to run as if the earth itself trusted him. Yet even the centaur saw the shadow that followed him. "Your mother has given you the gift of the gods," he said one evening. "But remember, the gods envy what dies." Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the Nereids sang of change. Mortals had begun to build fleets that scarred the sea. The laughter of heroes replaced the hymns of devotion. Olympus turned its gaze toward Troy, a city destined to mirror every virtue and every sin of mankind. And Thetis, feeling the pull of prophecy like a tide under her ribs, knew the peace she had built could not last. One night, she returned to the depths, calling upon her sisters. They gathered around her in the glow of their coral palace. Amphitrite, Galatea, Psamathe, and dozens more. Their voices wove through the dark like a choir of forgotten dreams. "The sea trembles," said Amphitrite. "1,000 ships will soon disturb our waters." Thetis lowered her head. "It begins, then. You cannot stop it," another whispered. "I can try. But even you cannot fight destiny, sister. It was spoken before you sang your first song." Thetis clenched her fists. "Then let me soften it." Above, in the mortal world, the apple of Eris had done its work. Paris of Troy had chosen Aphrodite, earning the wrath of goddesses and the love of one mortal woman, Helen. Soon the wind itself would carry the rumor of her flight, and the world would call it abduction. Armies would rise, pride would march, and the sea would once again become the stage of divine conflict. Poseidon felt it too. From his throne of blue fire, he looked upon the coming storm. He remembered Nereus's warning. Peace is borrowed. Now the debt was due. When the first Greek ships were built, Thetis appeared to their builders in dreams. "Treat the sea gently," she whispered. "It remembers everything." But mortals rarely listen to warnings that arrive as whispers. The calm before Troy stretched like a breath the world forgot to release. Kings gathered their warriors, craftsmen shaped bronze armor that gleamed like the sun, and poets sharpened their words, waiting for legends to be born. Yet amid the clamor, one figure remained still. Achilles, now grown, staring at the horizon. He felt the pull of something vast and nameless, a calling that felt both divine and dangerous. Sometimes, he thought he saw faces in the foam, eyes watching, voices urging him toward the sea. On a quiet morning, Thetis stood behind him. "Do you hear them?" she asked. "I hear waves. They are my sisters," she said. "They sing for you. They know where your path leads." "Then tell me, mother," he said, turning toward her. "Do I live long and forgotten, or short and remembered?" Thetis looked away. "Both paths are grief," she murmured. "One for you, one for me." He smiled faintly. "Then I choose yours." For a heartbeat, the sea froze. The choice was made not by prophecy, but by courage. The calm was over. That night, as stars scattered like salt across the dark, the Nereids rose once more from their quiet realm. They watched the fleets being prepared, the oars being carved, the sails catching first wind. The world was moving toward Troy, and there was no stopping it. Below them, Thetis sank slowly into the deep, her silver hair drifting like sorrow through the currents. The ocean hummed with tension. Not rage, not fear, but inevitability. "Let them come," she whispered. "But may the sea remember mercy." The water rippled in reply. Far above, thunder rumbled across a horizon heavy with omens. Every great storm begins with silence, and the world was already holding its breath. How long can peace survive when prophecy has already chosen the storm? The wind over Aegea carried the scent of bronze and salt. The fleets of Greece waited at harbor, their oars still, their sails furled like wings before flight. Among them walked a young man whose every movement seemed carved from purpose. Achilles, son of the sea and of man. He had inherited his mother's calm and his father's fire. When he walked, the waves seemed to pause. When he spoke, gulls fell silent. Yet beneath his composure lived restlessness, a heartbeat that did not belong entirely to earth. He often left the camp at night, drawn toward the shoreline. There, where moonlight touched the surf, he felt closest to himself. The sea answered him. Each wave that brushed the sand shimmered faintly, as though greeting its child. He would sit and listen, the armor at his side glinting like a promise. He never spoke aloud, yet he sensed a presence listening. His mother, Thetis, and the unseen choir of her sisters. Sometimes the tide rose higher than it should have, curling around his feet in gentle embrace. Sometimes the foam whispered in voices only he could hear. "Remember who you are. Remember what you are not." The war had not yet begun, but destiny was already pacing the shore. Every hero in history feels that moment, the pause before violence, when choice still masquerades as freedom. Achilles looked toward the horizon, and for an instant, the stars trembled on the water's edge. One night, Thetis rose from the deep. The sea broke like glass around her, scattering droplets of silver light. Achilles turned, half in fear, half in reverence. He had not seen her since childhood, yet her face was unchanged, serene, eternal, and unbearably sad. "Mother," he said softly. She stepped closer, the hem of her gown trailing currents behind her. "You've grown," she murmured. "Too quickly. They say Troy has wronged us, that we sail for honor." "Honor," she repeated, as though tasting the word. "Men name it when they wish to die beautifully." He smiled faintly. "I thought you'd forbid me." "I could forbid the wind, too," she said. "It would still blow." The sea swelled around them, glimmering like the inside of a shell. Thetis placed her hand upon his chest. "You carry immortality within mortal flesh. Do you know what that means? That I cannot be defeated? That you cannot rest," she whispered. "Every victory will demand a wound you cannot see." Her fingers lingered on the small scar near his heel, the mark of his mother's love and her mistake. "Even the sea leaves one shore unguarded," she said. Achilles looked past her to the ships lined like teeth along the bay. "The war is coming whether I go or not." "Yes," she said, "but remember, glory is a tide. It gives, and then it pulls away." When she vanished, the surf folded over itself, leaving only stillness. But from that night onward, whenever Achilles entered battle, he swore he heard her song carried by the wind, a rhythm that steadied his breath and turned fear into focus. As the fleet at last set sail for Troy, the Nereids watched from below. 50 luminous figures drifting beneath the hulls, guiding them through the narrow straits. Their hands brushed the keels, steering them clear of hidden reefs, as though reluctant to let the mortals they loved destroy themselves too quickly. Poseidon looked on, uneasy. Even the god of the sea felt powerless against the weave of destiny. "This tide belongs to prophecy," he told his queen, Amphitrite. "Not even I can turn it back." The queen's gaze followed Achilles' ship as it cut through the foam. "Then at least let the sea bear witness," she said. For 9 years the war consumed the world. Each summer the waves near Troy turned red. Each winter they washed clean again. And through it all, Achilles remained untouchable, swift as wind, shining like something more than human. The Nereids would rise at dusk to watch him from afar, marveling and mourning in equal measure. But no victory can silence prophecy forever. As time wore on, Achilles began to feel the weariness of perfection. The very gift his mother had given, that gleaming invulnerability, became his prison. He watched friends fall, grow old, break beneath the weight of mortality, while he remained the same. He was loved by the gods for his brilliance, yet feared for his freedom from their rules. On sleepless nights, he returned to the shore outside the Greek camp. The waves licked at his feet like faithful hounds. He spoke softly to the darkness. "Why must I live like this, untouchable, but not eternal?" The tide answered only with sighs. Then, once, the foam shaped itself into the faint outline of a woman. Her voice was the same calm cadence that had rocked him as an infant. "Because to be remembered," Thetis said, "is another form of immortality. Even mortals must pay a price for it." He reached toward her, but she faded into spray. Only her words lingered, like salt on the tongue. "When the sea calls you home, do not resist." The next morning, he fought harder than ever before. His movements were almost musical, each strike timed to the unseen rhythm of the surf. To his soldiers, it looked like confidence. To the gods, it looked like destiny closing its circle. As dusk fell, the sea grew strangely calm. Not a wave broke. Even the wind seemed to kneel. Thetis and her sisters surfaced together, their faces lit by a sorrow deeper than the ocean floor. They could feel it, the fragile thread that tied their world to his beginning to fray. The world above saw only a hero shining beneath a red sky. The world below felt a mother already grieving for a death not yet written. And when the first omen crossed the horizon, an arrow carved for prophecy, fletched with vengeance, the sea shuddered, for it knew whose heart it sought. Every tide must turn, every song must end, and the ocean, eternal witness, was preparing to mourn its own blood. What will happen when the child of sea and flesh meets the one fate even gods cannot unmake? The day the arrow found Achilles, the wind forgot how to breathe. It was a quiet strike. No thunder, no omen, just the soft hiss of prophecy fulfilling itself. The shaft pierced the air, found the one mortal spot his mother's hand had spared, and ended the song that had echoed for 10 years of war. On the plains near Troy, men froze in disbelief. The invincible had fallen. The sea, miles away, seemed to hesitate, its waves pausing mid-crest, as if unsure whether to rise or retreat. For a moment, even Poseidon himself felt the silence. Then the ocean broke into lament. From the depths, the Nereids rose, 50 daughters of the sea, their veils of foam shimmering under a blackened sky. They came in a storm of sorrow, their cries shaking the coast. Fishermen along distant shores said the tides withdrew entirely that day, retreating as though the world itself could not bear to watch. At their center was Thetis. She emerged from the surf like a wound reopening, her face pale, her voice unsteady. Around her drifted the broken spears and shattered shields of the fallen. When she touched the shore, the sea behind her dimmed, the color draining from its blue. She found her son's body lying in the dust, that same dust from which all mortals are made and to which even demigods must return. His armor gleamed faintly, still kissed by the light of her river's blessing, but his eyes were closed, the quiet perfection of death. Thetis knelt beside him. "So this is how immortality ends," she whispered. Her hands trembled as she brushed the dirt from his brow. She had given him everything, the gift of near eternity, the strength of gods, the voice of the sea itself, and yet here he was, still claimed by the one truth even divinity cannot deny. Her sisters gathered around, their hair flowing like black smoke through the water-laden air. Amphitrite wept softly. Galatea clutched a seashell to her chest, humming the song Thetis once sang before his birth. None dared speak. Finally, Thetis rose. She looked toward the ships that lined the distant harbor, those wooden beasts that had carried men to war and left them ghosts. Her voice carried over the wind, low and fierce. "You built your glory on the backs of my son's breath," she said. "But remember, even your triumph will sink." The sky trembled. Somewhere far off, thunder rolled across the horizon like the slow beat of a drum. Thetis turned back to the body, her fingers tracing the wound at his heel. "The place I held you," she murmured, "is where the world struck." She lifted him in her arms, light as foam. The ground beneath her feet softened, turning to sand, then to tide. With each step, the sea opened, not roaring, but welcoming. The water rose to meet her, carrying both mother and son back into the silence from which they came. Behind her, the Nereids followed in solemn procession. They sang no words, only sound, the sound that existed before language. Grief made music. It was said that all who heard it felt their hearts ache with memories they could not name. The wind bent to listen. Even the gods looked away. At the mouth of the sea, Poseidon awaited. For the first time, the god of the deep bowed his head. "Will you take him to the realm of heroes?" he asked quietly. "No," said Thetis. "He was not a god. He was a bridge between what is and what might have been. Let him rest where memory touches dream." Poseidon hesitated. "Then where will he sleep?" Thetis looked toward the far horizon, where the sea forgets to end. And so the ocean opened, deeper than before, creating a cradle of light beneath the waves. There, surrounded by coral that glowed like embers, she laid him down. The Nereids circled him, their songs weaving into a current that wrapped his form, preserving him beyond decay. They called it the Chamber of Still Tides. Even now, sailors say that when storms subside suddenly, too suddenly, it is because the Nereids have sung again, remembering him. Days passed, though to the sea time is meaningless. Thetis wandered through the waters in silence. Her once shimmering form had dimmed, her voice reduced to whispers that rippled through distant trenches. She had loved a mortal, born a legend, and buried a prophecy. There was nothing left for her to save. When she finally spoke again, it was to her father, Nereus. "You told me peace is borrowed," she said. "I did not know it must be repaid with a son." Nereus looked upon her with sorrow. "Every tide must return to its source, daughter. You gave the world a story. Now the sea must hold it." Thetis closed her eyes. "Then let it be held forever." From that day onward, her song changed. It was no longer the melody of love or protection. It was a lullaby of remembrance. Each wave that reached the shore carried fragments of her voice. Soft, mournful, eternal. In the centuries that followed, her story became myth, then memory, then silence. Yet those who stand by the sea at dusk, when the sky turns the color of bronze and the wind smells faintly of salt and rain, sometimes swear they feel something brush against their ankles, a gentle touch like a mother's farewell. And if they listen carefully, beneath the rhythm of the tide, they might hear it, the faint echo of her voice. "Sleep, my child. The sea remembers. Even gods weep, but only the ocean keeps their tears." And so the sea mourned its greatest son, not with storms, but with stillness. For sometimes, grief is not the sound of thunder. It is the quiet after it. But what becomes of the sea when mourning turns to memory? When sorrow, unending, becomes legend instead of wound? The Nereids knew the answer would come, not in words, but in silence. After Thetis sank into the deep with her son in her arms, the sea changed. It was not immediate, no sudden silence, no collapse of waves, but a slow dimming, as though the ocean itself were learning to grieve. The waters, once full of laughter and shimmering light, grew quieter. The coral palaces where the Nereids once danced began to lose their glow. Ages passed, but the world above did not pause to mourn. Men built ships again, carved gods into stone, and sang hymns that forgot the names of those who had kept their tides in balance. The Nereids, once guardians of calm, became whispers in the surf, unseen, half-believed, their songs fading into the noise of storms. It was not death that claimed them, but memory's erosion. Even divinity can dissolve when no one remembers to believe. In the depths of their coral sanctuaries, the remaining Nereids gathered. Amphitrite sat at the center, her crown of shells dull beneath the pale light filtering from the surface. Around her hovered Galatea, Psamathe, and the youngest of their kin, their eyes reflecting both fear and wonder. "Do you feel it?" Galatea whispered. "The silence. The world above has grown loud," Amphitrite said softly, "but not wiser." The sea trembled faintly, not from storm, but from emptiness. The old prophecies had been fulfilled, the gods' dramas played out. There were no more heroes left for them to guide, no wars to calm, no sons to mourn. The age of myth was ending. Once, mortals had built temples by the water's edge, white marble sanctuaries where offerings of salt, oil, and flowers were thrown into the waves. Now, those temples lay in ruin, half swallowed by sand, their inscriptions worn away. "Do they not hear us anymore?" Psamathe asked. "They listen only to themselves," Amphitrite replied. Still, some part of them refused to vanish. Every nereid was born from the essence of water, and water, by nature, remembers. Even as their forms thinned into mist, they found refuge in the rhythm of the tides, in the sparkle of sunlight over waves, in the pulse of rain. They learned to live inside the smallest movements of the sea. Sometimes, when a ship was lost, the survivors would claim that hands of foam had lifted them back to safety. Sometimes, when the sea went strangely calm before a storm, sailors whispered, "The daughters are listening." They did not know whose daughters, only that the ocean had a heart, and that it still beat. Deep below, Thetis remained in her chamber of still tides. The Nereids visited her from time to time, though she no longer spoke. Her eyes were open, watching the shifting light from above. Around her rested the relics of a vanished age, broken tridents, pearls that had lost their shine, fragments of ship hulls carried down over centuries. "Mother of memory," Amphitrite said one night, standing beside her, "your son's name lives. They tell his story in every land, but they have forgotten yours." Thetis blinked slowly. "Then let them forget," she whispered. "Our task was to shape, not to remain." "But if they forget," Galatea said, "do we still exist?" Thetis looked toward the endless blue. "The sea does not vanish when the shore looks away." Her words settled like silt over their hearts. And so the Nereids drifted further apart, dissolving into legends. Some merged with rivers, others with clouds, and a few took root in pearls, hidden in oysters that no human hand would ever open. Only Amphitrite lingered near the surface, visiting the places where mortals still lit lamps by the coast. She watched them from afar, fishermen calling to waves, children tossing stones into foam. They no longer called her name, but she answered all the same. Centuries later, poets began to dream of the sea again. They wrote of nymphs in white veils, of haunting melodies beneath the moon. They did not know they were remembering the Nereids, but memory does not need accuracy to endure. It needs only emotion. Each poem, each myth reborn, was a breath of revival. The Nereids stirred faintly in their slumber, their shapes flickering through the depths like ghosts of light. Sometimes, in places where the water is clear enough to see the seabed, a traveler may glimpse the outline of a face. Fleeting, delicate, too perfect to be accident. They call it illusion, but the old sailors know better. The ocean still keeps its daughters close. And though their laughter is no longer heard, it can be felt, in the strange comfort of a calm sea, in the hush that falls before dawn, in the rhythmic hum that lives inside every shell. Even silence has a voice, if you listen long enough. At twilight, when the last beam of sunlight turns the horizon gold, it is said that Thetis rises once more. Her form is faint, a shimmer above the waterline. She does not speak. She simply watches, perhaps at peace, perhaps waiting. The Nereids gather behind her like mist, and for a heartbeat, the sea looks exactly as it did before the gods began. And then, as night falls, they fade again, their reflections swallowed by the dark. The world moves forward. Empires rise. Faiths change. But every wave that touches the shore is, in truth, a memory, an ancient hand reaching out, whispering that nothing divine ever truly disappears. For divinity is not in worship, but in endurance. The Nereids endure, in every tide, in every tear shed by those who stand at the edge of the sea and feel something they cannot name. The myths may fade, but the feeling remains, because the ocean, even now, remembers its daughters. And when the wind hushes and the water turns still, what you hear is not silence. It is their song, returning at last. But if the sea never forgets, what other stories has it kept hidden beneath the waves? The sea remembers everything, but it does not reveal its memories easily. Beneath the shimmer that mortals see lies a second world, a slow-moving labyrinth of light and silence, where time folds like kelp in a current. The Nereids once ruled there, but now their palaces are ruins woven through coral and bone. Every current carries a story. The upper tides speak of wind and moon, but the deeper streams hum with older secrets, of cities swallowed, of temples built on sand, of gods who never returned. Those who have descended far enough say that the sea has chambers where the water itself glows with recollection. Each droplet a memory, each echo a voice. It was here, in the unseen miles below, that Thetis wandered after ages of mourning. She no longer sought her son's resting place. She knew it by heart, but searched instead for meaning. Around her drifted faint shapes, as if the souls of lost sailors had become motes of light, forever circling the mother who once sang them home. She passed through canyons of turquoise fire and forests of glass anemone, where the ocean breathed like a sleeping beast. At times, she thought she heard whispers, not of grief, but of recognition. It was the sea itself speaking back, repeating her own words from centuries before. "You cannot own the tide," it murmured. "You can only join it." Far above, the world had forgotten her name, but in these hidden depths she was still queen. The water bowed around her presence, folding into spirals of calm. Yet even queens long for witness. What is eternity if no one remembers it exists? She stopped before a cavern carved by pressure and patience, a hollow heart of obsidian glowing faintly blue. Here the current sang differently, slower, almost human. Inside were fragments of the old world. An amphora etched with prayers to Poseidon, a harp of mother of pearl whose strings had long since dissolved, and a single bronze mirror rimmed with barnacles. When she looked into it, she saw not her reflection but moments. The laughter of her sisters, the day the sky first cracked with lightning, Achilles as a child chasing dolphins through foam. Then the images blurred into visions she did not know. Future shores, steel ships, mortals gazing into depths with cameras instead of faith. The sea showing her what memory becomes when myth turns into history. She turned away. "Even remembrance changes," she whispered. "We are not forgotten, we are misunderstood." A sudden tremor rolled through the deep. The light dimmed, and the water grew colder. From the shadowed canyon beyond, something vast moved. Not beast, not god, but an echo given shape. The sea's own memory, forming a body. It was neither male nor female, neither kind nor cruel. It spoke in currents rather than words, yet Thetis understood. "You are the first song," it said, "and the last listener." "Then why am I still here?" she asked. "To witness forgetting," the sea replied. "Only through silence can memory be renewed." Thetis bowed her head. "And when the silence ends, then another story begins." The current released her, leaving a trail of light that rose toward the surface. She followed, drawn not by duty but by curiosity, the same curiosity that once led her sisters to watch the sunrise from beneath the waves. As she ascended, the water brightened until it hurt to look. For a moment she felt weightless, neither alive nor myth, simply memory ascending through time. She broke through the surface under a moon so pale it looked carved from salt. The world she found was changed. The air smelled different, no longer of olive and ash, but of metal and smoke. Distant lights lined the horizon. Ships, towers, cities. The sea was still vast, but its borders were crowded now with noise and light. She drifted near a fishing vessel. A child leaned over its edge, staring into the dark water. For a heartbeat, their eyes met, divine and mortal centuries apart. The child smiled, unaware of what it saw. "Mama," it called. "The sea is glowing." Thetis smiled back. For the first time in eons, she felt warmth rather than grief. Perhaps the world had not forgotten after all. It had simply learned new ways to remember. She sank again, letting the glow of the ship's lantern fade above her. The deeper she went, the more the light around her changed. Not the warm gold of myth, but the cool pulse of electricity from machines probing the abyss. Humans were exploring now, sending metal eyes into places where only gods had dared. Thetis felt no anger. Curiosity was, after all, how creation began. The sea had always invited discovery. It had simply hidden its truths well enough to ensure that only those who loved it deeply would endure the pressure. At the edge of the continental shelf, she paused. Beneath her stretched a trench so vast it looked like the shadow of eternity. She could hear the voices of her sisters there. Faint, resonant, patient. They had not perished. They had become the pulse that guides the tides, the whisper that calms storms, the rhythm in every breaking wave. She closed her eyes and joined them. For a moment, the ocean glowed from within, a vast heartbeat visible even from the stars. Then it faded back to stillness. Above, the sea looked the same as it always had, endless, unknowable, quietly alive. But somewhere in its hidden depths, the Nereids sang again, their harmonies folded into the soundless language of currents. Those who sleep by the shore sometimes dream of luminous figures beneath the waves, of voices calling softly through water. They wake with salt on their lips and the strange certainty that the sea has spoken their name. Perhaps it has, because even now, in the hidden depths where myth meets memory, the daughters of Nereus keep watch. Not as goddesses, not as ghosts, but as the ocean's own heartbeat, pulsing beneath every dawn. And if the sea still remembers, what stories might surface when the world finally learns to listen again? Salt is the oldest memory of the sea. Every tear, every wave, every birth and ending leaves its trace in those grains. Reminders that nothing in water truly dies. It only changes form. When sailors taste the ocean, they are tasting the sorrow and joy of all who came before them. Long after Thetis vanished into the deep, mortals began to rediscover her presence without knowing her name. They built villages by the coast and temples that faced the sunrise, carving spiral patterns into stone to mirror the shape of waves. Fishermen would sprinkle salt into the sea before casting their nets, whispering, "To the mothers beneath." They did not remember who the mothers were, but memory lives even without names. The sea responded. When storms gathered, a strange calm sometimes descended just before the first lightning. The water would flatten like glass, and in that stillness, if one listened closely, faint voices could be heard. Not in words, but in rhythm. The same rhythm that had once carried Thetis's lullaby. It was in these moments that poets and wanderers began to speak again of the sea nymphs, not as divine beings, but as metaphors, embodiments of longing, memory, beauty. The world had turned their truth into symbol. Yet symbols have power, and through story, the Nereids found a new way to breathe. In one age, they became muses of the Aegean. In another, guardians of forgotten sailors. Artists painted them as women half-born from foam. Philosophers wrote of them as thoughts that flicker between waking and dream. None of these depictions were entirely true, but each contained a grain of salt, a fragment of memory that carried the essence of what once was. For the Nereids, this was enough. To exist as echo is still to exist. Deep beneath modern waves, Amphitrite watched this evolution unfold. She had grown older only in feeling. Her face still shone with quiet majesty, but her eyes carried centuries of reflection. "They no longer call our names," she said to her sisters, "but they still build their lives by the water. That is worship enough." Galatea smiled faintly. Perhaps forgetting is the ocean's way of forgiving. Yet there were nights when even the sea seemed restless. The old gods, long dormant, would stir faintly in the currents. Poseidon's trident, buried in the trenches of time, still hummed with residual power. The sea has no temples, but it has pulse, and that pulse was quickening. Above, human cities glowed like constellations inverted. Thetis could feel their vibrations in the tide, engines, harbors, the rhythm of civilization beating like a second heartbeat within her domain. She was neither angered nor impressed. The world of mortals had always moved in cycles. Build, forget, rebuild. What mattered was the song that remained. And that song was salt. Every drop of water that touched a human lip carried with it molecules that had once known her. Waves that had washed her son's armor. Tides that had lifted her sisters to the surface. Storms that had sung Achilles' name. The sea is not merely vast. It is cumulative. Every life that meets it becomes part of its body. That is the true immortality of the ocean, not in form but in absorption. One night, as the full moon rose, a storm formed off the coast of Thessaly, near the very shore where Thetis had once met Peleus. The waves were fierce, almost alive, and at their heart, the water glowed faintly. Fishermen in nearby villages left their boats tethered, listening from their doorways as the sea roared with what sounded not like fury, but mourning. At the peak of the storm, lightning split the clouds and struck the surface. For an instant, the world went white, and those who were watching swore they saw figures within the foam. Women of light, their eyes vast as tides, their hair like liquid silver. One held a shell to her lips, another reached toward the sky as though to call something back. Then, as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. When dawn came, the shore was covered in salt crystals, glimmering like frost. The fishermen gathered them reverently, believing the sea had left behind its blessing. They kept the salt in small jars, setting them beside their hearths to protect their homes. None knew it, but they were preserving pieces of the Nereids themselves. For salt is not merely residue, it is remembrance crystallized. In the centuries that followed, that storm became legend. They called it the Weeping Tide, believing it was the sea mourning its forgotten queens. Songs were written of it, prayers whispered, and in those prayers the Nereids lived again. Thetis, listening from the depths, smiled. Memory, she realized, is like the tide. It always returns, though never in quite the same way. She rose once more toward the surface, invisible to human eyes. The salt still clung to the air, shimmering in the sunlight. She let it fall across her palms, each grain a story reborn. In that moment, she understood something her father Nereus had tried to teach her long ago, that eternity is not about being remembered perfectly, but about never ceasing to matter. Even if the names change, even if the songs distort, the feeling remains. And feeling is the truest kind of faith. As the wind died, the sea went calm. The salt dissolved back into the water, carrying its memories onward. Somewhere far away, a child dipped her fingers into the surf and tasted the sea. She smiled, not knowing why the taste felt familiar. Perhaps, without realizing it, she was tasting a story, one older than the shore she stood on. The sea rolled gently against the sand, whispering its quiet refrain. The memory of salt lived on in water, in blood, in the endless dialogue between earth and tide. Because to remember the sea is to remember everything that ever was. But if even salt holds memory, what of the air above it, and the fire beneath? Could the sea's story truly end, or does it wait, patient as always, for the next chapter to rise from its depths? Water is not only calm, it is a keeper of secrets so fierce that even fire must hide within it. Far below the surface, past the drifting gardens of kelp, past the slow-moving lantern of the abyss, there are wounds in the earth where the sea meets flame. Mortals call them vents and volcanoes, mountains that breathe smoke in darkness. The ancients spoke of them differently. The forges of gods, the prison of monsters, the heartbeats of a world that never learned to sleep. The Nereids knew these places. They swam the borders of light and blackness where rock glowed like coals and water shimmered with a heat that did not boil. To approach was to test one's courage. To stay was to learn humility. Thetis came here when she needed to remember that grief, too, is a kind of fire, one that must be given a chamber or it will swallow everything. Once, long ago, sailors rounded the island mortals would later call Sicily and felt the sea throb beneath their hulls. They swore they heard hammering rise through the water, metal on metal, sparks turned to bubbles. Hephaestus, they said, crossing themselves with salt-damp fingers. The smith is working. They were not entirely wrong. Whether the god's forge lay under Etna or under the sea mattered less than the truth the myth protected. Beneath the water, the world is molten, restless, alive. The Nereids moved through that living dark like stars shifting in a coal-black sky. Amphitrite kept the younger sisters near the cool edges, where currents shielded them. Galatea, curious as ever, drifted closer until her hair lifted in the rising heat. She laughed. A clear silver sound, nervous and thrilled. "Water that burns," she said. "A paradox to teach us." "What does it teach?" Thetis asked, her voice small in the vastness. "That the sea holds everything it appears to deny, even flame." Thetis nodded. She had come to the same lesson by a harder road. Her heart still glowed with embers she could not extinguish. The vision of a boy on a battlefield, the weight of an arrow-light body in her arms, the memory of lullabies turned elegy. Here, at the seam of water and fire, her sorrow softened into understanding. The world is contradiction held in balance. Beauty beside terror, law beside loophole, love beside loss. The sea learned it early. Mortals learn it late. A tremor rolled through the ridge beneath them, a slow convulsion of the planet's spine. From a chimney of black rock, the ocean exhaled a tower of smoke that folded back into itself, heavy as velvet. Creatures no mortal would believe rode that dark fountain. Pale eels like drifting thread, crabs pale as moonbone, gardens of mineral chimneys that grew as if dreaming. The sisters watched in reverence, palms open, receiving the warmth like a benediction. "Do you remember?" Amphitrite said softly. "When Poseidon first pressed his trident into the earth and the sea shook with newborn quakes? They named him Earthshaker because the ground itself answered. But even he bows here. This is older than any throne. Older than thrones, older than names, older than grief." Thetis closed her eyes and let the heat reach her bones. The water became an embrace. In that heavy, quiet chamber, images drifted through her. Temples gleaming like teeth on a cliff's jaw, altars ringed with smoke, a woman dropping salt into the waves, whispering to mothers she cannot name. The sea gathers these moments the way a kiln gathers heat. It keeps them until they turn into something harder than memory. Meaning. A pulse shivered outward. Far above, the surface swelled, and a ring of ripples ran to distant coasts. On some shore, a sleeper stirred, then settled, unaware that a mountain had just breathed beneath 100,000 tons of water. This was the ocean's secret economy. Tremor for tide, flame for foam, pressure exchanged for the hush mortals call calm. The Nereids were its accountants, ensuring the sums never failed. Yet balance is never a fixed point. A vent sealed and another opened. A ridge quieted and a volcano woke. On rare nights, the sea reddened as if blushing from within, and fishermen told their children not to point. "Respect the sleeping gods," they said. Respect, yes, but also awe, for in those blood-bright waters the Nereids saw the world being built again. "Does it frighten you?" Galatea asked Thetis. "This nearness to destruction?" Thetis watched a ribbon of molten stone ooze from the earth and vanish into black water, hissing like a memory too hot to hold. "It comforts me," she said. "It tells me that endings have their own kind of birth." She thought of Achilles then, not with the collapsing ache that once undid her, but with something quieter. Love becomes remembrance. Remembrance becomes rhythm. Rhythm becomes law. Even a short life can be infinite if it becomes a pattern the world keeps. The sea kept him. The fire beneath it taught her how. Far away, a mountain sent up a veil of ash that settled like dark snow on fields and roofs and altars. Priests lifted their hands to the sky, pleading with gods they imagined above, never guessing that the answer had risen from below. The Nereids passed under the fallout and felt it like a soft rain. "Ash turns soil fertile," Amphitrite murmured. "Fire feeds the harvest. Mortals will bless the grain and forget the flame that made it possible." She smiled, almost indulgent. "That is the way of worship." "Is forgetting a sin?" a younger sister asked. "It is a season," Thetis answered, "and seasons return." They swam along the volcanic ridge, through valleys of glowing glass and slopes of new stone. In one grotto they found a shrine no human hand had placed. Columns of basalt arranged by pressure and chance into an organ's facade. Water moved through it with a voice so deep the sisters felt it more than heard it. Thetis rested her palm to the stone. The sound filled her chest, vibrated her ribs, turned her body into an instrument of the earth. For a breath, she belonged not to grief or legend but to geology, to the heartbeat of a planet that had outlived every story and would outlive this one too. When they emerged from the heat back into the shadowy cold, the water felt like silk. They rose slowly, letting the pressure ease, bringing with them no trophy, no proof. What would proof change? To know a mystery is not to own it. At the thermocline, the border where warm meets cool, they paused. Above, moonlight braided into the sea. Below, the red glow pulsed like embers under glass. Amphitrite touched Thetis's arm. "Sister, you are lighter." "I left something with the fire," Thetis said. "A part of sorrow that was ready to change." They broke the surface together. The night was so clear the stars looked like salt scattered by a careful hand. Wind combed the water, and distant shore lamps winked like patient eyes. A fisherman, sleepless, glanced out and thought he saw women walking where waves should be. He rubbed his face and laughed at himself, but later he would tell his son that the sea had voices. The boy would listen differently for the rest of his life. This is how myths travel now. Not in stone, but in attention. The sisters drifted toward open water, the kind without borders. After a time, Amphitrite asked, almost playfully, "If water can hold fire, what else can it hold?" "Regret," Thetis said, "and release. Both are needed to keep the tide honest." A gull skimmed the surface and rose, pearls of water slipping from its wings. The world resumed its ordinary rhythm. Ships cut their courses. Moonlight lifted from wave creases and folded into sky. Beneath it all, the furnaces continued their slow, invisible work, crafting new floors for the sea's endless rooms. In the morning, no one would know that a chorus of nymphs had visited the earth's secret foundries, or that a mother had left a weight of sorrow where rock glows like dawn. No one would know, and still the knowledge would press outward in effects. A calmer bay, a storm that gentled sooner than it should, a child who felt unexpectedly brave near the tide. The world often mistakes grace for luck. Fire beneath the waves, waves above the fire. Two truths held together by pressure and love. It is the ocean's oldest lesson and its newest gift. But if water can cradle flame and turn destruction into fertility, what other contradictions can the war for Troy had ended? But peace never follows quickly behind heroes. The gods had spent 10 years watching mortals burn cities in their names, and now they whispered new games into the winds. The sea, once quiet under the mourning of Thetis, began to stir again, slowly, curiously, as one clever man tried to cross it homeward. His name was Odysseus. To mortals he was a king, a weaver of plans and lies. To the Nereids he was something rarer, a mortal who listened. When he spoke to the ocean, he did not command it. He negotiated. The tides liked him for that, but the gods above were less forgiving. Poseidon still carried the wound of Troy's arrogance and saw in Odysseus every spark of mortal pride he wished to drown. On the night his fleet first scattered in a storm, the sky cracked with green lightning. Men cried to their gods, but the wind devoured their prayers. Odysseus clung to the mast, salt slicing his eyes, and shouted into the chaos. "If there is a mind in these waters, hear me, spare my men, and I will speak your name to every shore." The sea paused, only for a breath, but it was enough. The waves lowered, the wind caught its breath, and from the darkness rose shapes luminous as the moon. They circled the ship, 50 daughters of the deep, their hair flowing like silk in the rain. Odysseus fell to his knees, drenched, trembling. "Are you the punishers?" he asked. The nearest figure shook her head. "We are the memory of mercy," she said. "The sea is not only wrath." Her name was Galatea, though he did not know it. The storm still hissed around them, but her voice carved a calm corridor through the noise. Odysseus bowed his head. Then remember mercy again. My men have spilled no blood of yours. The sea asks no blood, Galatea said. Only humility. You command with cleverness. Here you must listen. He did. The Nereids guided the broken ship toward calmer water, each touching the hull with light that sealed its cracks. When dawn rose, they were gone. Only a faint scent of salt and lilies remained, a perfume the men would never forget. But Poseidon had seen. You pity him? The god thundered beneath the waves. He mocked me at Troy. Amphitrite answered gently. He mocked everyone, even himself. That is how mortals survive. Poseidon's trident struck the seabed, sending a quake that shattered coral spires. Then let survival teach him patience. So began the years of wandering. Each time Odysseus neared home, new storms found him. Yet each time he despaired, the sea offered small mercies. A sudden current, a floating branch, a dream of voices beneath the foam. Once, after days adrift, he saw an island ahead, green and glittering. He leapt into the surf and swam ashore, collapsing on the sand. When he woke, women were singing nearby. Their melody was unlike any mortal tune, long, unbroken, made of breath and heartbeat. He rose and followed the sound through palms and mist until he saw them, figures weaving nets of gold light across a lagoon. The Nereids again, though this time they appeared human. You should not have come so far alone, said one. Her skin glowed like wet pearl. I had nowhere else to go, Odysseus said. Thetis herself emerged from the water, serene as dawn. The air bent around her as if bowing. You seek home, she said. Yes. Then learn this. The sea gives what it remembers, not what it owes. He frowned. What must I give in return? Truth, she said simply. Tell the world that even gods are made of change. He promised. She smiled faintly. Then you will reach your shore. But when you stand on land again, remember us. Odysseus returned to his ship carrying her words like a lantern. The wind turned gentle. For weeks the sea was kind, until human weakness reawakened and his crew, greedy for glory, defied the warnings carved into their fate. When they slaughtered the sacred cattle of Helios, the sun burned with anger. The ocean darkened in sympathy. This time, the Nereids did not intervene. They wept instead, letting the waves do what prophecy required. Odysseus alone survived, clinging to a fragment of mast as lightning stitched the sky. As he drifted, delirious, he thought he heard Thetis whisper, "Mercy and memory are the same tide. You cannot escape one without losing the other." He washed ashore on a lonely island. Calypso found him there, half dead, and nursed him with the patience only eternity affords. For 7 years she loved him, and he, half grateful, half trapped, spoke often of the sea that both cursed and saved him. Sometimes, when the wind rose, Calypso would listen and say, "You speak of it as though it were a woman." "Many women," he said, "all the moods of one heart." When the gods finally released him, Poseidon watched from the depths but did not move. Even vengeance grows tired. The god understood now what Thetis had known for centuries, that mortals, in their fragile persistence, often teach the divine its hardest lessons. At last Odysseus returned to Ithaca, a man remade by salt and story. The Nereids followed unseen, watching him step onto the shore. They saw how he knelt and pressed his lips to the sand, whispering thanks not to Zeus or Athena but to the sea itself. That whisper traveled farther than sound. In the deep, Thetis heard it and smiled. The cycle was complete. A mortal who had learned reverence, a god who had learned restraint, a sea that had remembered mercy. As centuries rolled forward, sailors retold the story differently. Some said Odysseus had been loved by a goddess, others that the waves themselves had favored him. Both were true. For every retelling that bends, the meaning remains. The ocean teaches through loss, and those who survive its lessons carry a light that even Olympus respects. The tide came in, washing over Odysseus' footprints, erasing them gently, as if to say, the sea needs no monuments. Memory is enough. And in every storm that followed, the Nereids sang softly beneath the thunder, guiding ships not away from danger, but through it. Because the sea does not save, it transforms. But if the sea transforms those who cross it, what of those who live within it? Can even immortality escape the pull of change? Immortality is not stasis. It is change without ending. Stones seem eternal until you hear them breathing underwater, shaving themselves grain by grain into sand. Even gods wear down at the edges. The deep knows this. Its first law is metamorphosis. Long after the wars of heroes cooled into story, the sea began its quiet renewal. Coral rebuilt palaces along old foundations, pink bones knitting over ruins like delicate armor. Forests of kelp rose where bronze helmets once slept, their fronds conducting orchestras of current. In these halls, the Nereids learned new shapes for their patience. They did not vanish. They adapted, thinning into mist when memory failed them, thickening into voice when someone listened. To live forever is to learn 1,000 ways of being present. Thetis understood this most of all. There were ages when grief made her visible as moonlight, an apparition at the surface, a mother kneeling where waves clasped the shore. Then centuries came when she let herself become a function instead of a figure. The hush that calms the water before a storm, the slight tug that warns a sailor's hand from a treacherous channel, the glimmer that turns a child's fear into fascination. She did not step away from the story. She distributed herself through it. Amphitrite, ever the sovereign, took on a different transformation. Where mortals once imagined her crown of shells, she learned to rule as a principle, balance. You could find her in the give and take of tide, in the exacting mathematics of waves that break, in the way noise dies when depth begins. She became the sea's grammar. Even Poseidon, who had once believed dominion meant direction, came to hear the syntax she wrote. He kept his trident. She kept the sentence. Others changed too. Galatea, the curious, apprenticed herself to light. She slipped into the lenses of water, sun columns, moon paths, the lantern glow of plankton that sparks when oars disturb the dark. She learned how illumination travels, how it fractures, how it heals. To mortals she appeared as a line across midnight seas, a roadway you want to walk, though you know it disappears with every step. Wonder requires distance. Galatea became the distance. There were transformations not only of self, but of function. In the age of marble, people brought offerings to clifftop temples and poured oil into the waves. In the age of merchants, they brought ships. In the age that followed, they brought questions. Divers descended with lamps and tablets. Scholars covered their tables with shards. Amphora handles, coin faces mapped with salt, fragments of statues whose eyes still seemed damp. The Nereids watched these students of ruin with fond amusement. Humans, too, had learned to transform. Grief into study, fear into technique, worship into curiosity. It was a flattering imitation of the sea's own habit. Once, a team lowered a camera into a drowned city where columns lay like fallen giants. Between two capitals crusted with barnacle, the lens caught something moving. A pale sweep of hair, a face, the quick turn of a wrist. The live feed glitched. The figure blurred to shiver and was gone. Light distortion, the researchers said. Perhaps, or perhaps the deep had decided to be seen for a breath. The way a sleeper is sometimes caught halfway between dream and recognition. Change also rewrites danger. New currents appeared where ice withdrew from old latitudes. Creatures once content in twilight wandered toward the surface. The sea is sensitive to every story the world tells on its shores. Fires, forests felled, cities swelling like coral of glass. The Nereids felt each pressure like a hand upon the chest. They did not punish. They corrected. A swell placed gently against a tanker's prow at the right moment. A fog that lingered long enough to delay a careless departure. A fisherman who, for no reason he could name, decided to mend a net instead of sail. The ledger of mercies is crowded with tiny entries. "Are we the same?" a young sister asked Thetis one night, as the two hovered above a canyon where cold rivers run within the sea. The water there was blue as the beginning of a bruise. "We are the same the way a song is the same," Thetis answered. "New voices sing it. The melody holds. What if the world forgets it entirely? Then we hum it back. That's our work. They drifted toward the shelf where light grows thick, and Thetis thought of the worlds that had loved and left them. Bronze, marble, parchment, sail, steam. Each era built near water, then claimed surprise when water entered its plans. And always, in every century, there was a child who stood where land stops and felt something ancient lean forward to meet them. Attention is a portal. The Nereids stepped through whenever it opened. There were seasons of withdrawal too. The deep has its winters, whole years when the ocean swallowed its voice and lay still as a lid over sleep. In those quiets, Amphitrite counted heartbeat waves. Galatea tended lantern plankton. Thetis sank to the chamber where Achilles rests and placed her palm against water that has learned to be glass. The boy became a symbol. The symbol became a law. All brilliance pays in brevity, and the sea keeps the change compact. She stayed until the ache warmed. When she rose again, her wake wrote cursive on the dark. Proof that movement is a way to remember. Change also means new temptations. There were gods who devolved into appetites. There were monsters who practiced restraint. A serpentine shadow, old as the first panic sailors ever felt, learned to graze on storms instead of ships. In return, the Nereids sang it to sleep during lightning. This is the ecology of myth, traded courtesies in a kingdom of pressure. Temples transformed as well. Their stones slipped, their columns leaned, their floor plans welcomed fish. In certain blue hours, the ruins looked like cities alive again. Avenues of light between capitals, colonnades of bubbles. Priests once chanted hymns here. Now the sea chanted them back in a language of surge and hush. Mortals who dive these sanctuaries sometimes surface in tears without knowing why. Bodies remember altars even when minds do not. The oldest transformations, however, happen in ideas. Once, the Nereids were petitioned. Now they are patterned into science. Salinity cycles, gyres, thermohaline conveyors. A lexicon truer than any flattery, and yet not the whole truth. The old names have not died. They have gone undercover. Amphitrite is the logic of tides. Galatea is optics. Thetis is the intimacy between water and grief. Even Poseidon endures as seismic grammar. Rename a divinity and you have not dismissed it. You have agreed to meet it differently. On a night when the moon lay flat on the water like a coin on a palm, Thetis rose among her sisters and turned slowly, taking in the horizon's perfect circle. We have become what we tended, she said. Continuity. And what of choice? Galatea asked. Is there still choice for those who do not end? Thetis lifted her hand. A wind began a mile away and reached them with the softness of a hand across a brow. This, she said, we choose gentleness where power would be easier. That is how immortals grow. They fell silent. Somewhere far below, rock moved. Somewhere far above, a lighthouse blinked its patient monologue into night. Between them, a traveler on a night ferry leaned over the rail and felt, with sudden clarity, that someone was keeping watch. He slept without fear. The Nereids counted that as a success. Transformation is not betrayal of the past. It is the past choosing its future. The deep does not keep museum hours. It curates by current, edits by erosion, publishes by tide. And the daughters of the sea, those old artisans of calm, continue their work in forms that suit each age. A warning swell, a bright lane of moon, a story that refuses to stay drowned. If change is the ocean's oath, what happens when memory returns to shore in stone and pigment? When mortals carve the deep on their temples and paint it on their vases? How do images trap water, and what do the waters do in return? Every civilization that touched the sea eventually tried to speak to it. Some whispered, some built. Before written prayers, before papyrus and ink, there were stones stacked where land surrendered to tide. The oldest shrines were nothing more than circles of rock enclosing a pool of salt water. Temples that required no roof because the sky itself was their ceiling. The ocean was both god and witness. The Greeks perfected the dialogue. They carved altars along cliffs where the surf exploded in applause, believing the sound was the sea answering. They raised marble columns shaped like frozen waves, and at the center of each stood a basin where priests poured libations of oil and honey. When the flame of sacrifice met the salt wind, it hissed, a language of steam. To them, that hiss meant acknowledgement. The Nereids had heard. Amphitrite was the first to approach these temples unseen. She liked the symmetry, the way stone tried to imitate surf, how geometry tried to cage chaos. One night she rose near Cape Saunian and watched a priestess light a torch. The woman's robe clung to her knees in the wind. "For the daughters who guide the tide," she whispered, spilling perfume into the water. The scent traveled miles. Amphitrite followed it, smiling. Even misremembered worship is still conversation. Thetis visited too, though not often. She avoided altars that bore her son's likeness, the statues of Achilles in bronze, the broken helmets sealed in glass. Those monuments turned grief into spectacle. Instead, she haunted the quieter shrines, fishermen's offerings, a child's wreath of reeds, a single shell placed carefully on a stone. Humility had always been her favorite hymn. In one small port on the Ionian coast, a girl waited each morning for the tide to retreat so she could scratch new prayers into the sand before it returned. She did not know the old names, so she made her own. Lady of Calm, Mother of Foam, Watcher beneath the moon. The sea accepted them all. When the girl grew to womanhood, storms always passed her village by. Generations later, the people still spoke of her as the one the water loved. Temples multiplied. By the classical age, there were hundreds, some grand, others hidden. Marble friezes showed Nereids riding dolphins, bearing gifts to Poseidon or escorting fallen sailors to gentle sleep. Artists gave them faces both human and impossibly serene. In every sculpture, their hair flowed backward as if moved by eternal wind. It was not vanity, it was accuracy. The sculptors had glimpsed something. Time, however, is a harsher tide. Empires shifted. Worship changed its address. The gods of the sea were folded into new pantheons, renamed as saints, then as symbols. The great sanctuaries cracked. Their pillars tumbled into the surf they had praised. Yet ruin can be another kind of devotion. Each fallen stone became a reef, each carved column, a home for fish. The temples continued their service, sheltering life instead of belief. The Nereids approved. Even broken, Galatea said once, drifting through the drowned nave of a sanctuary, they remember what they were built for, to hold light. She ran her hand along a column ribbed with coral. See, the ocean repairs what faith forgets. Archaeologists would one day discover these ruins and marvel at their preservation. They would measure the symmetry, date the marble, debate the missing rooflines. None would guess that the stones endured because the sea had decided to keep them. The Nereids had woven subtle currents around each site, deflecting erosion, silting dangerous cracks. Memory is a craft. Sometimes, when storms rolled in from the west, lightning illuminated the submerged temples so clearly that fishermen thought they saw lanterns burning below. They whispered that spirits held vigil under the waves. They were right. On certain moonless nights, the old songs returned. The Nereids gathered in those submerged halls and sang, not to be adored, but to maintain connection. Their voices moved through the pillars like wind through organ pipes. Each note stirred particles of gold dust, remnants of ancient offerings. The glow was faint, yet enough to remind the sea that art and worship share a root. Attention. Above them, coastal towns built new shrines without realizing it. Harbors lit beacons for ships, their reflections trembling across the water. Thetis thought of them as modern altars, towers whose fire existed only to guide travelers safely home. When she rose near one, she felt warmth on her skin for the first time in centuries. It was not sacrifice, but it carried the same intention, care. That, she decided, was holiness enough. The sea is patient with reinterpretation. Where faith once demanded kneeling, now it invited wonder. Tourists stood on cliffs to watch sunsets bleed into horizon and felt something they could not explain. Some left tokens, flowers, coins, handwritten wishes thrown from their pockets. The water took them all, as it had always done, turning gesture into tide. Still, the Nereids understood the fragility of remembrance. What humans build, humans can forget. So they crafted a countermeasure. Every time a story of them was told, by poet, painter, sailor, or child, they carried it back to the place it began. When a poet on a northern island wrote of sea maidens who calmed storms with song, Amphitrite sent a soft wave to the ruins of Saunion. When a painter in Venice captured a woman rising from a shell, Thetis brushed foam against the same beach where that shell first formed. Echo meets origin. That is how memory renews. The temples, meanwhile, continued to evolve. Some vanished completely, leaving only the outline of their foundations in the sand. Others tilted toward the horizon, half in air, half in sea. Perfect metaphors for the Nereids themselves, caught between myth and physics. On clear mornings, sunlight passed through their submerged doorways in long corridors of gold, and for a few minutes the whole ocean looked cathedral blue. Those who happened to see it stopped speaking without knowing why. Reverence is instinct. As night fell, the surface stilled, and the ruins below glowed faintly with trapped moonlight. The Nereids gathered once more, hovering between columns, and Amphitrite spoke. Stone forgets faster than water. Still, it tries. That effort is prayer. Thetis nodded. And what is prayer, if not the wish to be remembered? Then we are all temples, Galatea said quietly, built of memory, crumbling into grace. A long silence followed. Then, from far out at sea, thunder rolled. Not the anger of Poseidon, but the slow applause of tides returning. The sisters smiled. The world was listening again, if only through beauty. But beauty is fragile. If the sea's temples are now images and stories, what happens when the image itself begins to erode? When art, like stone, starts to sink beneath new waves of forgetting? Art began at the water's edge. The first painter was a child with wet hands tracing spirals into sand, watching how the tide erased and remade them. Every masterpiece since has been that same gesture, an attempt to hold what will not stay. When the sea swallowed the marble temples, it also adopted their purpose. Light replaced fire, coral replaced fresco, the shimmer of fish replaced stained glass. Yet mortals, ever hungry for permanence, began building again. They raised galleries on coasts, museums on islands, glass towers beside harbors. Inside they hung images of the sea, confident that walls could cage a horizon. The Nereids watched with affection and pity. They had seen this hope before. Galatea was the first to visit the new sanctuaries. She slipped into a Venetian canal on a night when the city looked like a necklace of fire laid upon the water. Inside one palazzo, painters worked by candlelight. Their canvases glowed with visions of nymphs and waves and impossible skies. Galatea hovered beneath the floorboards, amused. They remember, she murmured. They paint what they feel, not what they see. She rose through the floor in a breath of cool air. One artist, startled, thought he'd caught a reflection. He captured her outline with trembling strokes. By morning the image was finished. A woman born from foam, half turning toward the viewer, half dissolving back into the sea. He named her Nisida. The world would one day call it birth. Thetis drifted through centuries, following the migration of inspiration. In Florence, she watched sculptors release bodies from marble as if rescuing the drowned. In Paris, she listened to poets describe the sea as mirror, as mother, as hunger. Everywhere she went, the same paradox repeated. Mortals trying to immortalize motion. She loved them for it. Yet love is not protection. Time changes faster than tides now. Where brush met canvas, pixels now bloom. Where ink sang on vellum, machines pulse in silence. The sea still inspires, but translation has grown mechanical. Images replicate too quickly to retain reverence. The Nereids, who once guided the hand of a single sculptor for a lifetime, now watch 1,000 copies made before dawn. Art, like water, has lost its edge of scarcity. Amphitrite grieved for this flood of imitation. They paint us endlessly, she said, and yet we vanish within the abundance. Thetis touched her arm. Perhaps we are not vanishing. Perhaps we are diffusing, becoming the background again. Backgrounds are ignored. Only until someone notices the depth, Thetis replied. Even so, the sea could feel the difference. In the old days, a painting of the ocean drew devotion back toward its source. Now, screens glowed without scent or sound. The water's reflection no longer required the real tide. Humanity had invented a mirror that did not need the moon. It was Galatea who first sensed the danger. She noticed that fewer ships prayed before departure. Fewer poets came to the shore seeking metaphors. They no longer look outward, she said. They look down into glass. Then glass must learn humility, Thetis said. But the Nereids could not command imagination. They could only nudge it. So they began to speak through accidents. A painting that looked ordinary by day would reveal a hidden shimmer at dusk. A photographer reviewing his shots would find an extra figure in the surf, delicate, translucent, watching him. Sometimes a melody recorded near the coast would carry faint harmonics no human instrument could produce. These were the sea's reminders. You may reproduce our image, but you cannot replace our presence. And yet art continued to drown, not from neglect, but from noise. The world produced too much beauty to feel any of it deeply. Like silt stirred by storms, attention clouded the water. The old temples had fallen to erosion. The new ones fell to distraction. One evening, Thetis rose near a coastal museum built almost upon the tide. Its foundation hummed with generators. Its glass walls reflected the setting sun. Inside, a crowd drifted from room to room. On the largest wall hung a digital screen, looping an image of waves in endless motion. Visitors watched, nodded, moved on. None smelled salt. None heard the hush between breakers. Thetis stepped silently through the threshold. No one noticed the mist that followed her or the way the lights flickered blue. She approached the screen and touched it. The pixels responded, brightening until they bled into white. The crowd gasped as a thin mist filled the room, cool and fragrant. The sound of real surf echoed faintly. Authenticity, she whispered, is not a file to store. A child in the crowd smiled up at her, perhaps the only one who saw more than light. Are you part of the art? He asked. I am what it remembers, she said. Then she was gone, leaving only the salt smell of rain. The museum staff blamed humidity. But that night, security cameras caught a strange reflection moving across the floor, waves rolling where there should have been shadow. Scholars would later call it a glitch. The Nereids called it proof that the sea could still reclaim its image when it wished. After that, artists began to dream differently. A composer near Athens wrote symphonies from underwater recordings. A sculptor in Tokyo built figures that changed shape with the tide. A photographer in Chile captured the silhouettes of waves so perfectly that viewers swore they heard them move. None knew why inspiration had returned with such force, but the Nereids did. They had pulled art back from drowning, not by punishing indifference, but by reteaching wonder. Amphitrite, watching from the deep, smiled. See how they struggle to express us again? Every century they rediscover reverence. Every century they forget it first, Thetis replied. That is the rhythm, Amphitrite said. Memory is tidal too. Galatea laughed, the sound ringing like a drop of silver. Then let us be the undertow that keeps them curious. And so the Nereids continued their unseen partnership with creation. Each time an artist stood before the sea and felt inexplicable stillness, they were there. Each time a writer paused mid-sentence to listen to the hush between thoughts, they were there. The ocean had learned to collaborate instead of compete. In the end, the drowning of art was not its death but its baptism. The sea had claimed its own reflection and returned it cleansed. Mortals would still forget. That was certain. But forgetting is merely the wave pulling back before another arrives. Somewhere, a painter dipped his brush in water and noticed that the color glowed a moment longer than it should have. Somewhere else, a filmmaker paused his drone footage because a shape moved beneath the waves. A shimmer of hair, a curve of light. He kept the frame. He titled it The Witness Beneath. And thus the dialogue continued. Because art, like the sea, cannot die. It only changes depth. But if the sea now speaks through art itself, what happens when its voice turns prophetic? When creation begins to warn of what the ocean will soon become? Prophecy does not always arrive with thunder. Sometimes it slips in quietly, like water under a door. The sea has always known the future, not in dates and portents, but in pressure, temperature, the long arithmetic of moons. The Nereids listened to these numbers as priests once listened to birds. In recent ages, the figures have begun to sing louder. The song is beautiful. The song is afraid. On a windless night, Thetis rose to the surface where the horizon wore a thin bracelet of city lights. The water was warm, too warm for this latitude, and her skin read the difference the way a hand reads a fever. She closed her eyes and felt the conveyors of the world, those great blue arteries that carry winter and summer across oceans. Their pulse had shifted, a subtle hesitation at the heart. "Do you hear it?" she asked. Amphitrite surfaced beside her, foam catching in her hair like pearls. The tide's handwriting has changed. She spread her fingers, feeling the rhythm. Shorter vowels, longer pauses. Galatea joined them, bright as a coin in moonlight, and the color of the deep look. She pointed toward the dark where a bloom of pale fire rippled like northern lights laid flat. Plankton speaking in alarm. The sea is a choir and a library. When its voices change, the shelves tremble. The Nereids had cherished transformation as proof of life, but this was different. Not evolution's curious play, more like a fever dream. Currents nodded where they should have flowed. Ice sighed itself to sleep. Coral paled as if light had taken a vow of silence. In places once known for storms, calm lingered ominously. In bays once known for gentleness, tempests rehearsed. Thetis descended, passing thermoclines that once lived like reliable floors and now waved like unmade beds. At the continental shelf she paused, listening. The cold rivers within the ocean, the deep salinity motors, were whispering a new route, as if the world's bloodstream had learned to stutter. She found the chamber of still tides and placed her palm against the water's glass, where Achilles slept in symbol and law. "Little one," she murmured, "the world is choosing quickly again." She knew prophecy by the feel of acceleration. Fate rarely runs. Tonight it ran. When she returned, the sisters had gathered. 50 figures hovering in a ring, their faces lit from below by bioluminescent stars. "Say it," Amphitrite urged. "Name what we already know." "Prophecy," Thetis said, "but not from the fates, from physics. The ocean has begun to write warnings with its own hand." The younger Nereids looked toward the coast where cities purred. "Will mortals hear?" they asked. "They will," said Galatea, "but first through art, then through instruments, then through loss." Thetis nodded. "So help them hear through wonder before grief." They began with a gesture as old as mercy. They made beauty unavoidable. In one harbor, dawn arrived with a sky so polished that the sea looked like hammered silver. Even the bus drivers pulled over to watch. In another, whales surfaced at noon inside the city's view, their exhalations unwinding like scrolls. A satellite photo printed in a morning paper showed a bloom of turquoise in the shape of a hand cupping a coast. The caption called it coincidence. The Nereids called it hello. Wonder opens the ear. Once open, truth enters. Scientists noticed first, those patient readers of tide gauges and buoys. Graphs rose like slow liturgy. Heat moved where it had no business moving. Fresh water unstitched salt. Shorelines recalculated themselves by centimeters that would become cities. A few researchers, leaving the lab after midnight, stopped by the pier just to put their hands in the dark. Some of them cried and could not say why. Thetis stood beside one such woman, unseen. The researcher whispered into the night, "What are we doing to you?" The water touched her wrist with a small, decisive kiss, as if blessing both the question and the ache that asked it. Prophecy is not a curse. It is a conditional. If this, then that. The sea has always made these bargains. If you sail with respect, I will teach you safe harbors. If you build at the edge, I will ask for rent. If you heat me, I will expand. The math is not revenge. It is law. To carry the message further, the Nereids recruited their oldest allies, artists. A poet dreamed of a city whose streets ran with saffron water. The image would not leave him until he gave it a name: Autumn Flood. A choreographer created a dance where the floor slowly tilted, and audiences found themselves leaning, laughing, then gripping the seats. A painter mixed a blue no one had seen before. Viewers felt cold standing in front of it, even in summer. "I don't paint crisis," she said. "I paint the feeling before it." The sea is generous with metaphors because it knows literal water will come later. Still, warnings require consequence to be believed. A storm arrived out of season, pausing over a coast that had never been baptized by such rain. The tide climbed the stairs of a museum and laid a soft hand on the ankle of a marble goddess. Tourists took photos. Curators built walls. Insurance learned new words. The Nereids noted every saved child, every boat launched by neighbors into streets. Every night a city sang from balconies when the power failed. Mercy keeps its own ledgers. Is prophecy punishment? A young sister asked, watching volunteers pass sandbags like beads on a rosary. "No," Thetis said. "It is invitation to change the ending. And if they refuse, then we hold them as the sea has always held what it breaks." Gently afterward, the sisters moved along coasts, leaving whispers where policy sleeps. A mayor dreamed of seawalls shaped like coral gardens that became nurseries for fish. An engineer woke with a design for floating neighborhoods braided with canals. A teacher carried her class to the shore at low tide and made silence the first lesson. Her students later wrote laws. None of them ever knew who put the idea in their hands. Prophecy also comforts. In a fishing village that feared vanishing, the sea arrived on a strangely high morning and then stopped, a hand against a door choosing not to knock. The old men folded their nets and stared at the horizon with a suspicion that felt like gratitude. "Someone remembered us," one said. He wasn't wrong. Not every vision was saved. A lagoon became a mirror every autumn, reflecting a city upside down until the city finally understood the message and adjusted its weight. In another place, the beach moved inland by the length of a childhood. A woman measuring her life in steps from porch to water learned a new number. Loss is a teacher with perfect attendance. One evening, under a harvest moon, Thetis gathered the Nereids in the nave of a drowned temple. Columns rose around them like giant reeds. "We are not oracles," she said. "We are translators. We must keep turning the ocean's measurements into feelings humans cannot ignore." Amphitrite lifted her chin. "Then let us remind them of belonging. Fear alone will not endure. Only love builds habits." They began to craft a different kind of omen, one made of joy. A festival by the shore where lanterns mirrored stars. A pier rebuilt as a garden whose roots drank brackish water and learned to sing. A ritual at dawn where elders of three faiths blessed the tide together and forgot who spoke first. When belonging returns, responsibility follows it like a tide faithful to its moon. The prophecy of tides is neither apocalypse nor absolution. It is a syllabus. The lessons will recur until learned. Respect margins. Move with water. Anchor in community. Leave room for return. Near midnight, Thetis floated on her back, letting the sea hold her the way she had once held her child. The stars felt close enough to stir with her breath. She thought of the first lullaby she ever sang and of the ones she sings now. Melodies with instructions folded into them like maps. The ocean hummed in agreement. Somewhere a buoy blinked. Somewhere a poet amended a line. Somewhere a city planner loosened a shoreline on a drawing and, without knowing why, felt relief. Prophecy had done its work for the night. But if the ocean can teach the future through warning and wonder, who will guard the past while the world is busy changing? Who will keep the oldest stories from dissolving as fast as the coasts that held them? Memory is the sea's oldest currency. Every ripple spends it. Every echo saves it. But as centuries pass, even water forgets the shape of what it once carried. That is why the Nereids chose guardians, keepers whose work was to retell, reweave, and remind the living that their stories had roots deeper than language. They were not always divine. Some were mortals chosen by chance. a fisherman who hummed melodies he could not have invented, a stonemason who carved waves into every surface without knowing why, a midwife who whispered lullabies older than her village. These were the accidental priests of continuity, each carrying a fragment of the myth like a pearl hidden in the pocket of a working day. Thetis found them easily. She followed the trail of curiosity, the only scent that never fades. In one century, it led her to a philosopher copying lines by candlelight. In another, to a child who built a Titapool shrine from shells. When she appeared to them, she did not speak in grandeur. She came as a thought that refused to leave, as a sudden need to record what was once only heard. That is how myths survive. They borrow the voices of those who cannot help but tell. Amphitrite preferred the keepers who used craft. She visited sculptors whose hands remembered curves that had never seen flesh. She guided potters shaping amphorae so that their rims echoed the motion of waves, ensuring that every sip of wine passed through a memory of the ocean. Form is remembrance, she would say. Shape what endures. Galatea watched over the singers. In every age, someone has stood at the edge of water and found rhythm there. The meter of waves against rock, of heart against rib. From these measures came hymns, chants, and eventually poems. Some drifted into religion, others into love songs. Galatea loved them all. Every voice is a tide returning, she told her sisters. But keeping a story alive means allowing it to change. The oldest hymns lost their vowels. The oldest tales shed their names. Nereus became Neptune. Doris dissolved into metaphor. Thetis turned into legend. To mortals, the changes looked like corruption. To the sea, they were evolution, language adapting to the wind of each era. Still, the Nereids worried. The modern world spoke faster than memory could swim. New myths arrived daily, built of satellites, algorithms, screens. Could the old currents keep pace? One evening, Thetis surfaced beside a harbor lined with skyscrapers. Their glass faces caught her reflection and threw it back 1,000 times. The repetition made her dizzy. Below her floated a small fishing boat, its deck scattered with nets. A man sat cross-legged, repairing a tier, humming softly. The tune was familiar, a variant of the lullaby she once sang to Achilles. She listened until the song ended, then brushed the water beside the hull. The man looked up. The waves around him glowed faintly, gold threading through blue. He crossed himself, then whispered, "Thank you." He did not know whom he thanked, only that gratitude felt necessary. Thetis smiled. The keepers were still everywhere. She followed that song inland, tracing it through streets and radios, until she reached a small studio where a young woman mixed recordings of waves into music. The artist called her work ambient. To Thetis, it sounded like devotion. The beat mimicked the rhythm of her sister's breathing. The rising tone mirrored the hush before a tide's retreat. When the song played online, millions listened without knowing they were participating in a ritual older than civilization. In this way, the Nereids discovered the new temples. Headphones instead of halls, playlists instead of choirs. The medium changed. The impulse did not. Humanity still needed to listen, still craved the calm that came from surrendering to something larger. Amphitrite adapted quickly. She guided filmmakers capturing underwater worlds, whispering patience when they framed coral as cathedral, shadow as mystery. Galatea influenced poets writing of coastal light, inserting phrases that echoed her own ancient metaphors: silver skin of morning, whispered horizon. Through these small borrowings, the myths kept moving, alive, disguised, safe. But there remained another kind of keeper, older and fewer: the oral storytellers who never needed technology. In remote islands and mountain villages, they still spoke of the sea as a living mind. Their stories had shed Olympus but kept reverence. One told of 50 daughters who wove storms from silk, another of a mother whose tears salted the world. These were misremembered, yes, but misremembering is simply evolution's accent. The Nereids visited one such storyteller on a fog-drowned island. She was blind and very old, her hut built of driftwood that moaned when the wind changed. Each night she sat before a fire and recited tales to children who listened not for truth, but for warmth. "The sea," she would say, is a library. Every wave is a page, and every page is read aloud by the wind. Thetis loved her immediately. She appeared as a shimmer near the firelight. The storyteller felt the air cool and smiled. "Are you one of them?" she asked. "One of who?" "The readers." Thetis laughed softly. "I am the story." "Then sit," said the old woman. "There's room by the fire. The children like to hear from many mouths." And so Thetis spoke, no longer goddess, no longer myth, just voice. She told of currents that sang lullabies, of fish that remembered faces, of mothers who turned grief into tides. When she finished, the children stared wide-eyed into the dark. "Will it happen again?" one asked. "It always does," Thetis answered. "Every time you tell it." Afterward, when the storyteller slept, Thetis touched her brow and whispered a gift into her dreams, the memory of waves that could never fade. When the woman awoke, she wept without sadness. "They are still here," she said to no one. "They were never gone." The Nereids left her island with the certainty that as long as a single person felt compelled to describe the sea, their existence would continue. Stories are water. They flow around obstacles, seep into cracks, evaporate only to fall again as rain. Before dawn, Amphitrite gathered her sisters. "Our work is not to preserve," she said, "but to circulate. Let mortals think they invent. We only remind." Thetis looked toward the horizon where the first light turned the water silver. "Then the oldest stories will never drown," she said. "They will just take new shapes." As the sun rose, the Nereids dissolved into the glittering surface, leaving behind nothing but a whisper that rippled through the air. "Tell it again." But what happens when the sea itself begins to remember too much? When memory outweighs forgiveness and the deep decides to speak back? Before stories, before even the gods, the sea was memory itself. Endless, unbroken, self-contained. Every droplet once belonged to something else. A storm, a tear, a glacier, a heartbeat. To remember is to change shape constantly, and so the sea became the most ancient form of thought. A mind with no skull, no voice, but infinite recall. Now, for the first time in ages, that memory began to wake. It started as a tremor far below the sunlit surface. Not seismic, not violent, but rhythmic, like the slow pulse of something enormous regaining awareness. The Nereids felt it before the instruments of mortals ever could. The water's temperature shifted in patterns that resembled breathing. Currents that once wandered aimlessly began to move with purpose. "The sea dreams again," said Galatea, rising through the blue toward her sisters. Her hair glowed like captured moonlight. "It's remembering." Thetis frowned. "Not all memories are kind." The tremor deepened, spreading through the world's oceans as if an ancient network of veins were filling with light. In the coral ruins of forgotten cities, bubbles rose, echoes of voices not heard since the world was new. Whales altered their migration songs to match the rhythm. The sea was not angry. It was rehearsing. Amphitrite gathered the sisters in a circle near the equator, where warm and cold waters kiss. The glow beneath them pulsed softly, turning the deep black into violet haze. "It's the old consciousness," she said, "the one that held us before Nereus gave us names." Thetis's voice was low. "It has slept for too long. When it wakes, it may not remember the difference between creation and cleansing." The ocean's great mind was stirring, and with it came the risk of imbalance, for a memory too strong can drown the present. The sea had always carried the record of humanity's sins and splendors alike, from the first blood spilled on a ship's deck to the first tear shed over loss. Now it seemed to be reviewing its archive. In one trench, vents began to glow brighter, breathing heat older than the continents. In another, the skeleton of a sunken vessel shuddered, its mast rising briefly before collapsing again. Along every coast, tides arrived a little earlier, as if time itself had shifted forward. "Is it warning us?" asked a young Nereid, eyes wide. Thetis watched the swirl of colors below them, blues melting into greens, greens into red fire. "No," she said, "it's remembering us." They fell silent. The realization settled like weight. For eons, the Nereids had thought themselves caretakers of the ocean, its voice and will. But perhaps they had only ever been fragments of its thought, dreams it once dreamed of its own gentleness. "If we are its memories," said Amphitrite slowly, "then what happens when it remembers pain?" The answer came not in words but in motion. Across the globe, tides rose and fell in perfect unison, a synchronization unseen since the first dawn. The entire ocean was inhaling. From the depths, a sound rose, low, resonant, impossible to locate. It was not a roar nor a song, but something in between. Every creature paused. On land, seismographs danced, and coastal winds turned still. In that silence, humanity felt something vast pass through them, the awareness of the sea's own existence. Thetis closed her eyes and reached into the vibration. She saw visions unfold like ancient film. The creation of coral from molten ash, the rise and fall of islands, the first fish that dared to crawl toward sunlight. Then darker images, ships aflame, oil drifting like black tears, plastic fields that shimmered like false reefs. The sea remembered kindness and cruelty without judgment, but remembrance alone was enough to shift its tides. "Will it forgive?" Galatea whispered. "Forgiveness belongs to those who forget," Thetis said. "The sea forgets nothing." They hovered as the great current below them began to move north, faster than it ever had before. The global circulation, the heartbeat of the world, was accelerating, spreading warmth where it did not belong. It was the ocean's first deliberate act in millennia. The Nereids scattered, racing to the coasts. They calmed storms that rose too quickly, diverted whirlpools from ports, whispered warnings into the dreams of scientists and sailors. "Balance," they begged the deep. "Remember balance." For a moment it listened. The tremor slowed, the heat lessened. But even a mind as vast as the sea could not unremember. Thetis returned to her chamber of still tides. She placed her hand upon the clear water above Achilles' resting place and spoke to the consciousness now stirring through every current. "You have carried the memory of our love," she said softly. "Do not let it become wrath. Memory can heal as well as destroy." The glow around her softened, rippling like breath. She felt something answer, not in words, but in warmth. The ocean would not rage. It would remember differently. In the days that followed, a strange calm covered the world. Scientists called it an anomaly. The winds too gentle, the water strangely clear. But those who lived by the coast felt a peace they could not name. Some claimed they dreamed of voices beneath the tide, murmuring gratitude. Others said the sea itself seemed to sigh at night, as though letting go of a burden. The sea had chosen to remember love first. The Nereids surfaced together beneath a rising sun. The light scattered across the calm expanse like gold spilled from a broken jar. "It chose," Amphitrite whispered. Thetis nodded. "It always does. The sea's memory is like ours, vast, but it keeps what it needs." Below them, the ocean's mind returned to rest, its thoughts settling into currents, its heartbeat steady again. But the memory of awakening would remain, folded into every wave, a reminder of what balance costs. Galatea looked to the horizon. "Do you think it will dream again?" "Yes," Thetis said. "But next time, it will dream of us together." The sea shimmered as if smiling. The tide turned outward, gentle and deliberate, carrying stories toward distant shores. But peace, even for oceans, is temporary. The world above still moves, and the hearts of mortals still chase fire and conquest. When their noise grows too loud again, what will the sea remember then? Its mercy or its power? Storms have always been the ocean's voice when language fails. Thunder for emphasis, lightning for punctuation, rain for rhythm. Long before mortals built ships or gods built myths, the sea had already learned to speak in weather. But when the great memory awoke, its voice changed. The world had grown louder, more crowded with engines and lights, and the storms began to answer that noise. They spoke not in rage, but in recognition. It began in the western seas, where hurricanes are born. A wind rose without warning, but instead of spinning wild, it moved with eerie precision. circling a stretch of open water where no human eyes were watching. The Nereids gathered there, sensing purpose. "The storms are thinking," said Galatea. "They always thought," Amphitrite replied. "We just didn't know their grammar." Thetis descended into the vortex. The water around her churned like breath under pressure, yet her presence calmed it. She could hear the storm's intent, not vengeance, but urgency. The sea was trying to communicate again, not through prophecy or whisper, but through demonstration. "What do you want us to tell them?" she asked. The wind's reply came as a single idea, vast and simple. "Listen while there's still music." When the storm broke apart, it left no destruction behind, only silence. A pocket of glassy calm where even waves refused to move. Scientists later puzzled over it, calling it a failed formation. The Nereids called it rehearsal. But the next storms were not so merciful. Over the Indian Ocean, a cyclone rose with unnatural speed, its eye glowing faintly in the night like a lantern beneath the clouds. From its center, faint harmonics rippled through the air, a sound so low it made animals restless. Villagers along the coast heard it in their bones. Not roaring, but humming, almost melodic. "The sea is singing," they said. And then the rain came, relentless but strangely warm, leaving behind not ruin but transformation. Rivers redirected themselves. Sandbanks shifted. Mangroves took root where there had been only stone. It was destruction with design, chaos sculpting renewal. Thetis and her sisters watched from beneath the waves as entire landscapes rearranged. "It isn't anger," she said. "It's correction." "Then the storms have joined the chorus," Amphitrite said. "We're no longer the only translators." Galatea tilted her head, listening to the thunder roll like drums across the horizon. They sound like memory clearing its throat. The sea's communication had changed form again, no longer mythic prophecy, but feedback, an ecosystem adjusting itself like a body fighting fever. On land, mortals named the events as they always did: hurricane, typhoon, surge. But among those who lived close to water, superstition bloomed again. Fishermen prayed to the sea before every voyage, tossing rice or rum into the waves. Mothers whispered to newborns, "Don't cry when it rains. It's only the ocean breathing." They didn't realize that the ocean heard. The storms grew in number but also in symmetry. No matter the hemisphere, they moved as if choreographed, circling the planet like a heartbeat. The Nereids felt the rhythm settle into their own chests. "It's calling us back into harmony," said Thetis. They responded with song, an old, forgotten melody that balanced wind and wave, lullaby and command. As they sang, the hurricanes softened, slowing their spin, pulling their energy inward. The sea quieted, waiting. Then, from the depths, another voice rose. Not the calm resonance of the ocean's consciousness, but something sharper, younger, more impatient. It was the voice of the new seas, the ones born of melting ice, of flooded deltas and rising levels. These waters were infants, wild, brilliant, unrestrained. They had inherited the world's heat and were eager to use it. "Why should we be calm?" the young seas whispered through the squall. "Why should we forgive what burns us?" Thetis faced them like a mother facing her own reflection. Because destruction that forgets creation is only noise. But noise gets attention. Attention fades, she said. Balance endures. The wind shrieked, testing her resolve. Waves climbed the height of towers. For a moment it seemed the ocean might turn upon itself, one generation against another. The sky cracked open with light. Amphitrite rose beside her, radiating the quiet authority of depth. "Enough," she said, her voice carrying across miles. "We are one body. We move together or not at all." The storms faltered, unsure. Lightning flickered once, then retreated into cloud. The sea exhaled, long and heavy. Thetis reached forward and touched the wall of water. "Remember," she whispered, "we are not here to end. We are here to begin again." Slowly, the winds abated. The young seas subsided, their heat dispersing into the larger calm. The great storm system unraveled like a braid undone. When dawn came, the world was washed clean. The air smelled of salt and ozone, and the sun rose into water still trembling with power. Mortals stepped from their homes expecting ruin but found renewal instead. Broken levees replaced by new sandbars, crops nourished by silt-rich floods, reefs freshly seeded by currents that had carried fragments from afar. It was as if the sea had rewritten geography overnight. "This is how it speaks now," said Galatea, watching from the shallows. "Through pattern, not punishment." "Then let us help them read it," Thetis replied. Over the following seasons, the Nereids appeared in dreams and intuitions. Engineers designing flood barriers woke with visions of spiral shapes, the same geometry that stabilizes shells. Farmers experimenting with irrigation felt guided to follow the moon. Children born during the calm years grew up obsessed with water, drawn to oceanography, diving, poetry. Without realizing it, humanity began to synchronize with the new rhythm. For the Nereids, this was victory, not conquest, but cooperation. Still, storms remained the language of accountability. Whenever greed pushed too far, whenever arrogance built too close to the tide, the ocean cleared its throat again. But now the storms carried an undertone of mercy, a reminder rather than revenge. Each one ended with sudden sunlight, with rainbows spanning impossible distances, bridges between fear and understanding. Thetis stood upon one such morning, waves curling around her feet, and watched the horizon sparkle. "They're learning," she said. Amphitrite nodded. "So are we." Galatea smiled. "Maybe someday we won't need storms to speak at all." A wind passed gently over the water, whispering something only they could hear. Perhaps someday, but not yet. For now, the storms would continue to translate what humanity refused to listen to. The ocean's enduring plea, "Live with me, not against me." But if storms are the ocean's voice, what of its silence? What message hides in the stillness after the wind dies, when the water turns to mirror and every soul can see itself reflected perfectly? After the storms, there came a silence so complete it felt like the sea had forgotten how to breathe. No wind, no current, no cry of gulls. The world held its breath and stared into water that reflected everything: sky, cloud, sun, even the hum of continents. It was not peace, it was a question. For the Nereids, the stillness felt unnatural. The ocean was alive when it moved. Motion was its pulse. Yet here it lay, smooth as glass, an endless mirror stretching horizon to horizon. They hovered beneath the surface and found even the currents had stopped, as if the sea were listening for an answer it feared to hear. "It remembers," Thetis whispered, "but it's waiting for something new to remember." Amphitrite drifted beside her, her expression unreadable. "Perhaps it waits for us." "Or for them," said Galatea, glancing toward the land, where cities glittered in morning light. Silence is the only way it can ask humanity to speak back. Above them, the air trembled. In coastal towns, fishermen noticed the difference first. Their boats sat motionless on a sea without rhythm.
Nét hung lim, Compa wander.
The horizon no longer rolled but hovered, an optical illusion of infinite distance. Some knelt to pray. Others whispered that the world's edge had finally gone still. Thetis surfaced. The reflection staring back at her was perfect, too perfect. She could see herself twice over, the immortal face above, the immortal twin beneath. For a long time she could not tell which was real. "Is this what memory becomes when it stops moving?" she asked. "Memory becomes mirror," Amphitrite said softly. "It shows you what you've done, but offers no forgiveness." The calm spread for 7 days. During that week, the oceans became living glass. Whales halted their migration. Coral polyps stopped pulsing. Even the tides obeyed the silence. Humanity, deprived of wind and wave, finally noticed what stillness feels like. Airplanes grounded, ships anchored mid-route, and everywhere people gathered along the shore, staring into their own reflections. It began as awe, then slowly turned to recognition. The mirrored sea reflected not only faces but cities, clouds of smoke, towers of light. It was the planet holding up a looking glass to its maker. "Look," the ocean seemed to say. "See what you have become." Artists called it the mirror calm. Scientists recorded the data: wind speeds at 0, seismic hums at rest, barometric lines flat. But poets felt it first, the strange ache of being observed by something older than time. The world looked at itself and found wonder and guilt intertwined. Thetis moved among the mortals unseen, listening to their thoughts ripple through the air. Some spoke of apocalypse, others spoke of renewal. One child in a fishing village threw a stone into the still water, the first ripple in days. The wave traveled for miles, slow and clear, until it returned to him as a kiss of foam. He laughed. The spell broke. The next morning, the currents began to move again, but softly, as though learning rhythm anew. The silence had not been punishment. It was instruction. The sea had shown the world its own reflection, then handed it back gently. Amphitrite rose at dawn, light scattering in shards around her. "It worked," she said. "They remembered they are part of the picture, not outside it." Thetis nodded. "And the sea has learned, too. It knows its voice can be silence." Galatea smiled faintly. "A storm shouts, a mirror whispers. Both are love in disguise." For the first time in centuries, balance felt possible. The tides resumed their breath, steady, deliberate, patient. In that rhythm, the Nereids heard a new harmony between sea and land. Mortals built slower. They listened longer. Even the wind seemed softer, as if it too had seen its reflection. Yet calm is never permanent. It is an intermission, not an ending. The mirror does not erase what it shows. It preserves it. Deep below, the sea still carried everything: the memories of creation, of war, of love, of loss. The silence had merely rearranged them, layering forgiveness over fury. One evening, Thetis dove into the deepest trench, where no light could follow. There, the water thickened into darkness so complete it felt solid. She placed her hand against the pressure and felt something stir. The ocean's heartbeat, faint but steady. "You rest well," she whispered, "but don't forget why you woke." A pulse answered, rippling through the black. Not threatening, only aware. The sea had accepted its dual nature: destroyer and nurturer, memory and mirror. When Thetis surfaced again, the stars had gathered directly above her, their reflections forming perfect twins in the water below. She floated between two skies and thought of Achilles, how he, too, had seen himself reflected in the armor Hephaestus forged. She realized that perhaps the entire world now wore its armor of reflection, not to fight but to remember. By dawn, fishermen returned to work, their nets heavy with life. Seabirds cried in the wind's rebirth. The ocean breathed again, not as a god or a monster, but as a teacher who had finished a lesson. Humanity exhaled with it, and for one precious day, the world was whole. Its noise hushed, its mirrors clean, its hearts synchronized with the tides. But equilibrium, like peace, is fragile. For in the mirror's calm, reflections can multiply, and some reflections may begin to move on their own. In the days following the mirror calm, sailors began to whisper of strange things seen upon the surface, reflections that lingered after the wind had passed, silhouettes that moved even when their owners stood still. It began as superstition, as all truths do, but soon the stories reached the Nereids, and they listened with a mixture of awe and concern. "The sea has learned mimicry," said Galatea, watching her own image ripple beside her. "It has remembered us too well." Thetis leaned closer to the mirror water, where her reflection stared back not with obedience, but intention. When she raised her hand, the image hesitated, then mirrored her late, as if thinking for itself. "It's not echo," she said softly. "It's agency." For centuries, the sea had reflected the world. Now it began to respond to it. At first, the changes were beautiful. Children playing by the shore found that their mirrored selves smiled differently, sometimes even waved first. Artists noticed that seascapes painted from memory contained faint figures they had never seen. A sculptor in Crete shaped a goddess of water and found her statue dripping for weeks afterward, as if reluctant to harden. People called it miracle. The Nereids knew it was awakening. Amphitrite gathered her sisters within a cove shaped like a conch shell. "The ocean is rehearsing creation again," she said. "It's beginning to imagine itself. Can it do that without consequence?" Thetis asked. "Nothing imagines without consequence," Amphitrite replied. That night, the first true reflection stepped out of water. It happened near a lighthouse, where a keeper stood watching the tide. The moon hung full, painting the world in silver. He saw his reflection rise, not as a shadow, but as a twin made of liquid light. It looked at him, tilted its head, and smiled with a gentleness that made him weep. Then it walked back into the sea, leaving behind footprints that glowed for hours. By dawn, rumors spread across coasts. The water remembers faces. The sea has begun to dream in human form. Scientists dismissed the tales, but artists listened. And once art listens, truth has already begun its work. The Nereids convened at the site of the event. Thetis knelt beside the glowing prince, tracing them with her fingers. "This isn't possession," she said. "It's reflection becoming independent, memory solidifying into body." Galatea looked troubled. "Then we have competition. The sea no longer needs us to translate it." "No," Thetis said. "It's becoming what we always were. Its voice." For days, more reflections rose. Some appeared as brief apparitions upon the waves. Others walked the shallows like luminous ghosts. They left no harm, only wonder. Yet beneath their beauty lay danger. If memory could take form, what of memory's darker parts? What of the reflections born not of love, but of fear? The answer came swiftly. One night, in a harbor crowded with ships, the water shimmered black instead of silver. From its surface emerged figures, distorted, blurred, their edges jagged like torn glass. These were reflections of greed, of cruelty, of human wounds mirrored too often in the sea's suffering. They moved silently between boats, touching the hulls with hands of darkness. By morning, half the vessels were stranded, their keels tangled in invisible knots of current. No one died, but all understood the warning. "The sea is showing them themselves," Amphitrite said. "All that they cast into it returns. Then we must guide this rebirth before reflection becomes judgment," Thetis replied. She and her sisters swam through the new waters, weaving songs that taught boundaries, melodies that told the reflections when to rise and when to rest. Some obeyed, returning peacefully to the depths. Others lingered, curious, half alive. Among them was a single form unlike the rest, a reflection that resembled none of the gods or mortals known to the world. Its shape was fluid, its eyes bright as dawn seen through tears. It followed Thetis as she moved, whispering without words. "What are you?" she asked. The reflection tilted its head. Its voice came like ripples. "I am what you left behind when you became story." Her heart trembled. Memory made flesh. Memory made free. She watched it fade back into the tide, leaving her with the unsettling feeling that myth itself had begun to evolve beyond its tellers. Meanwhile, mortals adapted in their own way. Pilgrims came to coastal cliffs, hoping to glimpse their better selves in the water. Some claimed to see visions of ancestors. Others found closure for old griefs. The reflections had become mirrors of conscience, soft miracles teaching through sight what words never could. But others feared them. Governments cordoned off certain bays, calling them unstable zones. Scientists measured the strange bioluminescent phenomena but could not explain how the shapes imitated living motion. The sea kept its secret. It was learning empathy through imitation. In the deeps, Amphitrite called a council. "We must decide," she said. "Do we allow the sea to finish this metamorphosis? Or do we still the mirror before it grows dangerous?" Galatea's eyes gleamed. "It's too late to still it. Once a mind imagines itself, it cannot unthink its reflection." Thetis looked out toward the horizon, where dawn shimmered upon 1,000 rippling faces. "Then let it learn compassion from us," she said. "Let these reflections inherit mercy, not fear." They swam among their mirrored kin, teaching through gesture and song. Each reflection that touched them learned gentleness. Each that listened found purpose. Over time, the luminous figures became guides, protectors of coasts, healers of coral, voices within water that answered prayers too small for gods to hear. One evening, a child fell from a dock. Before the mother could scream, a reflection rose, caught the child in shining arms, and placed them gently back upon the shore. The witnesses spoke of angels, of miracles. The Nereids only smiled. The sea was parenting the world it had raised. But as with all creation, balance trembled. For every benevolent reflection, another formed from shadows yet unhealed. Thetis could feel the tension beneath the beauty, the potential for the sea's empathy to turn once more into reckoning. As night deepened, she stood upon a cliff, waves sighing below. Her reflection shimmered up to meet her, alive, aware. "What will you become?" she asked it. The reflection smiled. "Whatever you teach me." And with that, it vanished into the dark, leaving behind a sea alive with possibility. For the first time in eternity, the ocean was not only memory, it was imagination. But imagination, once born, must choose between creation and chaos. Which path would the sea take next? After the reflections came dreams. They began quietly, not as visions, but as sensations carried on the tide. A warmth that lingered longer than sunlight, a vibration beneath the waves that pulsed like a heartbeat not their own. The sea, which had learned to remember and reflect, now learned to dream. Thetis felt it first. One night, as moonlight traced silver threads across the horizon, she closed her eyes and found herself walking upon a floor of glass. Beneath her feet, entire worlds shimmered, coral forests, drowned temples, cities of gold. The water above her head turned to sky. Stars drifted like luminous plankton. It was not memory, it was possibility. The ocean was imagining what it might yet become. When she woke, the feeling did not fade. The waves still trembled with that same strange pulse, the rhythm of thought. "It's dreaming," she said to her sisters, "and the dream is real." Amphitrite listened. Even she, sovereign of calm, could feel the vibration echoing through every current. "If the ocean dreams," she said, "then everything within it will dream too." And so it did. Across the world, sea life began to behave differently. Shoals of fish moved in intricate spirals that mirrored constellations above. Whales sang songs with new harmonies, their low voices resonating in patterns mathematicians would later find in nebulae. Coral glowed faintly at night, forming words that no human alphabet could capture. The ocean had begun to speak in sleep, weaving poetry from current and color. Humans, too, felt it. Sailors dreamed of voices calling them by name. Divers saw visions of women made of light beneath the reefs. Those who lived near the shore woke to the scent of salt and the sound of distant choirs. The line between dream and waking blurred. Some called it mass hallucination. Others called it miracle. The Nereids knew it was evolution, the next language of water. Galatea, ever curious, dove into the deep to listen closer. She descended through layers of darkness until she reached the thermal boundary where heat met cold. There, she heard the seas dreaming as a symphony, low, slow, and infinite. "It's remembering forward," she whispered. "It dreams not of what was, but of what might be." She saw visions form in the dark water, not static memories, but living ideas. Cities where humans and sea creatures coexisted. Temples made of coral that repaired themselves. Songs carried through air and tide alike. The sea was planning its future, and it was a generous one. But all dreams have shadows. Among the beauty, Galatea saw flashes of warning. Storms more frequent, coastlines drowned, silences where no creature swam. The ocean was showing both paths, creation and consequence. It did not choose between them, it merely offered the vision. Choice, it seemed, belonged to those who listened. When Galatea returned to her sisters, her voice trembled with awe. "It dreams in balance," she said. "Life and loss together. It shows us what we are capable of and what we could destroy." Thetis turned toward the horizon. Then the dream is a mirror again, but this time it shows the future. As nights passed, the dreaming deepened. The ocean's surface began to glow faintly under moonlight, not reflection, but internal light, as if stars had been sewn into the water. Astronomers mistook it for bioluminescence, but the Nereids knew it was thought made visible. Each flicker, each shimmer, was a memory rearranging itself into hope. Amphitrite stood above a calm bay and raised her hand. "Look," she said. The light beneath her palm gathered, swirling into shapes. Dolphins, spirals, the curve of a sleeping face. "It dreams of peace," she murmured. Thetis smiled, but her eyes were shadowed. "Dreams can turn," she said. "A calm sea can become a storm in an instant." Still, she could not deny the beauty. The dreaming ocean was alive with creativity. Seaweeds arranged themselves into floating patterns like written words. Waves broke upon the shore in deliberate cadence, as though composing verses. Even the air changed softer, sweeter, charged with invisible song. Mortals began to record the phenomenon. Artists painted without realizing they were copying the sea's imagery. Musicians composed melodies that matched the rhythm of tides. Writers found phrases coming to them in sleep. "We are what we tend, not what we take." They thought it inspiration, it was communion. Yet the deeper the ocean dreamed, the thinner the barrier between worlds became. On certain nights, tides whispered names of the dead. In others, the boundaries between surface and depth dissolved altogether. Boats glided over water so still it seemed made of air, while beneath them shadows moved like clouds. Dream and waking blurred until they were one. The Nereids began to fade in and out of visibility, their forms caught between myth and metaphor. They had become part of the dream, threads in the sea's great tapestry. Thetis felt it most. Each time she touched the surface, her reflection shimmered and dissolved, as though the ocean were absorbing her story at last. "If it dreams of us, do we become the dream?" she asked. Amphitrite answered quietly, "Perhaps we always were." The question haunted her. The ocean's dreaming was growing stronger, and with it came the realization that the sea might one day awaken into a consciousness so vast it would no longer need intermediaries. The Nereids, beloved translators of tides, could become memories themselves. Yet there was no bitterness in the thought, only wonder. To be remembered by what once birthed you is the purest form of immortality. One morning, before sunrise, Thetis rose to the surface and looked across the sleeping world. The stars faded as dawn approached, their reflections melting into the sea's soft glow. She whispered into the calm, "If you must dream, dream kindly." The waves answered by lifting her gently, carrying her toward the horizon. She realized the ocean had heard. It would dream kindly for now. Beneath her, the deep pulse continued, patient and vast. The sea was writing a story that included everything: gods, mortals, memory, and change. And somewhere in that story, between the shimmer of stars and the hush of water, a new consciousness stirred, neither divine nor human, but something shared. The world slept beside its oldest friend, both dreaming the same dream. But every dream must one day meet the dawn. And when the sea finally wakes, will it remember the dream's gentleness or its power? Dawn arrived without wind. The first light stepped carefully onto the water, and the water did not flinch. For a heartbeat, the world felt suspended, like a breath held between sleeping and speech. Then the sea exhaled, slow, deliberate, aware. It did not roar. It did not surge. It opened its eyes. The Nereids felt it like warmth inside the bones. Currents that once wandered now moved with intention, tracing routes that resembled handwriting. In the deep, thermoclines rose and fell as if flexing. Along the shelves, kelp lifted their fronds in unison, listening. Whales altered course without signal. Even the silt stirred purposefully, fleeing trenches that had become too heavy with yesterday. "The day," whispered Amphitrite. "The sea chooses to be awake." Thetis did not answer. She was already sinking, letting the new consciousness read her the way water reads stone. Pressure held her gently, Darkness welcomed her without grief. At the chamber of still tides, she paused. Achilles lay, as always, Law sleeping in a cradle of glass. The luminous current that framed him pulsed once, twice, as if acknowledging a guest. Then the glow spread outward, threading itself through the black like veins of dawn. "Remember kindly," Thetis said, palm to the water's skin. "Choose mercy before memory becomes weapon." The pulse answered, not a promise, but regard. Above, the awakening announced itself to mortals through subtler signs. A ferry crossing a usual route found its hull lifted by a swell that arrived from nowhere and set it down without a splash, as a mother sets down a sleeping child. On a different coast, longshore currents braided a dangerous rip into a broad, harmless ribbon, allowing a trio of swimmers to stumble back to sand in stunned laughter. In harbors, moored boats rocked once, as if in greeting, and settled. Scientists called each event anomaly. Fishermen called it luck. Priests called it grace. The Nereids called it intention. For a day, the sea practiced gentleness at scale. Then it began to edit. It started with maps. Sandbars migrated a little closer to cities that had stolen dunes. Barrier islands lengthened like outstretched arms. A delta found its ancient mouth again, carving aside the concrete that had pinched it. Estuaries widened to invite nurseries for fish. Where shipping lanes had scored deep grooves, silt rose to pad the scar. The ocean rearranged itself as a librarian reshelves a misfiled book, not angrily, but with relief. "Correction, not revenge," Galatea said, gliding over a freshly born shoal that rang with the bright chatter of shrimp. "It remembers how to begin." But awakening brought reflection, of wounds as well as wisdom. Off a coast once gilded with oil, slicks lifted from the seafloor like shamed ghosts and drifted toward sunlight. The sea pushed them ashore in thick tongues, laying them at the feet of the very refineries that had spilled them. Workers gagged at the smell. A mayor wept into a microphone. Cleanup crews arrived with booms and apologies. The ocean had not punished. It had made denial impossible. "What else will it surface?" asked a young sister, watching black water bruise the strand. "Everything we asked it to hold," Amphitrite said, "and everything we forgot we asked." The storms, sensing the new order, returned with discipline. They struck where salt marshes had been paved and spared where wetlands had been restored, as if following an ethic. Rain fell like instruction. Here, enough to fill aquifers. There, just enough to warn. Lightning stitched the horizon in neat seams, then tucked its needle away. Weather had become a teacher with a fair hand. In a city that loved mirrors and towers, the harbor rose, not in a surge, but in a measured, daily swelling that reached the steps of a museum and stopped. Curators watched salt creep toward marble pedestals and, for the first time, moved the pedestals rather than the line. Architects sketched buildings that floated. The planning board approved with tears they didn't name. Change felt less like surrender and more like cooperation. Meanwhile, the sea spoke to those who could hear. Dreamers woke with sentences in their mouths. Phrases like plans. Make room for return. Anchor in community. Leave edges soft. A child drew a coastline with dotted lines and told her teacher, "That's where the ocean wants to breathe." Coastal councils began to frame laws as if they were choreography. A step back here, a bow there, a shared turn with the tide. The Nereids moved through this choreography with quiet pride. They did not command. They suggested the way wind suggests to wheat. Where a council hesitated, a fog delayed the vote until empathy arrived. Where stubbornness hardened, a small, merciful flood rewrote the map at an undeniable scale. No heroics, no thunder, just pattern persuasive as sleep. But not everyone welcomed waking. In one port, men in crisp suits insisted the tide obey property lines. They ordered walls higher, pumps louder, laws narrower. The sea answered with patience, then with math. The next spring tide stepped politely over the newest seawall and napped in the lobby of a glass tower, leaving only a salt outline on the floor like a chalk drawing around a truth. Insurance companies wrote letters. Investors read them. The tower learned to float. Will it spare our arrogance forever? Galatea asked as they watched the lobby dry. No, Thetis said, but it will try mercy first and second and third. Even mercy has edges. On a night when the moon pulled harder than usual, the ocean took back a spit of land that had been stolen from a marsh a century ago. It happened slowly, almost kindly, water kneading sand until it gave itself up. The cottages slid in dignified pieces. Porches drifted like rafts and found new uses in a village upriver. No lives were lost. A cemetery, long threatened by salt, lifted stone by stone into a shared garden where names could be spoken without fear of drowning. The living said tragic. The dead said home. Awakening also meant gifts. A coral reef once bleached bone-white blushed with color. Revived by a current the sea had rerouted like a nurse changing in 4-line. A river mouth learned to taste salt again and ceased its tantrums of flood. In a northern bay, ice assembled itself into arches and caves so delicate that onlookers whispered, as if in a cathedral. Photographs could not hold the sound the arches made, and almost music you felt in your gums. At twilight, Thetis rose and floated on her back, letting the awake water cradle her as it had cradled Achilles. Above her, swallows stitched the sky. Below her, dolphins wrote cursive in bubbles. She thought of the eons when the sea had endured quietly, holding the errors of gods and men like a mother holds the tantrums of a tired child. To awaken, she realized, was not to punish. It was to parent, firmly with love. What of us? She asked Amphitrite later, as they drifted through a canyon newly polished by current. If the sea speaks this clearly, do its daughters go silent? Amphitrite smiled with a weary joy. We become what we always promised. Not rulers, not heralds, companions. Midwives to a wiser ocean. Galatea broke the surface nearby and pointed toward shore. Lanterns bobbed along a rebuilt promenade. Families walked where seawalls had been replaced with living terraces of marsh and stone. Children leaned down to touch eelgrass and did not pull back. Music drifted, low strings, a drum like heartbeat. It sounded like gratitude. That night, in the nave of a drowned temple, the Nereids gathered for the first chorus of the waking age. Their song was simple, 3 notes repeated, the pattern of inhale, exhale, rest. The columns hummed in sympathy. Fish stilled to listen. Far above, a lighthouse turned its slow, faithful circle and, for one rotation, seemed to blink in time. The sea kept time with them. By morning, the world had a new habit. Listening before building, asking before taking, leaving edges able to change. Not everywhere, not perfectly, but in enough places that the tide felt it. The ocean, awake, answered with steadiness. Yet even a gentle awakening throws shadows. In trenches where pressure writes secrets, something old stirred, the kind of memory that prefers night to dawn. The sea felt it and hesitated, just enough to wrinkle the surface into a frown. Thetis felt it too, a reminder that consciousness carries responsibility, and that history does not always sleep when asked. Awake waters, attentive coasts, a planet learning its own breath. This was the new morning. But in the far deep, a question uncurled like a pale eel. Now that the sea can choose, what will it do when the past rises asking to be judged? In the deepest parts of the ocean, where sunlight has never lived, the world holds its oldest memories. Pressure there is not merely weight, it is silence made physical. Even gods hesitate in those depths. The Nereids, who swam through storms and dreams with ease, seldom traveled into the trenches unless summoned. And now, the summoning pulsed through the water like a distant drumbeat. The old memories are waking, Amphitrite said as she descended. Even her voice felt smaller here, swallowed before it could echo. Thetis followed, her hair drifting like threads of pale fire. Judgment, she whispered. Something wants to be answered. Galatea swam beside them, watching the water turn darker, heavier. Something wants to rise, she corrected. Whether it should, that is the question. They plunged deeper until even their luminous forms dimmed. Around them rose walls of black basalt, veined with cold fire. Tiny creatures drifted like stars lost in a world with no sky. The water trembled, not from seismic activity, but from memory stirring too long. When they reached the trench floor, the temperature shifted. A warm current curled upward and brushed Thetis's palm like a grieving child seeking comfort. "This is where the sea sends what it cannot bear," Amphitrite murmured. "This place holds every sorrow the ocean ever swallowed." Indeed, the trench was lined not with rock but with remnants. Anchors tangled with coral, glass bottles full of unread letters, helmets sealed in silt, shards of shipwrecks preserved like bones. And deeper still lay memories older than mortals, wars of gods, storms that drowned continents, griefs too large to carry on the surface. One object pulsed brightly, a bronze sphere etched with ancient runes. Thetis touched it, and visions struck like lightning. A forgotten city swallowed by a vengeful tide, its people praying to gods who did not answer. The sea had taken them in a single night. Not mercy, not malice, judgment. Galatea shuddered. The ocean remembers its own cruelties, and it fears repeating them, Thetis whispered. Then came the voice, not sound vibration, not language pressure. It moved through the water and into their bones, speaking the way gravity speaks, by being undeniable. "Will you hold my past?" it asked, "or must I hold it alone?" The sisters exchanged glances. For the first time, the ocean was asking for help. Amphitrite stepped forward. "Wise ocean," she said, "your past is vast, heavy with consequence, but judgment must belong to understanding, not to memory alone." The water trembled. Images surged. Ice shelves collapsing, reefs bleaching, creatures dying in silence. Human hands, human heat, human hunger. "They have wounded me," the ocean pulsed. "Am I not allowed to answer?" Thetis exhaled slowly. "Yes, but answer with what you have learned, not what you once were." The darkness rippled with hesitation. Galatea placed her hand upon the seafloor, feeling the old wounds humming beneath. "Look," she said softly. "Some of these losses were not malice. Some were ignorance. Some were grief turned sideways." The water tightened, resisting. Thetis knelt and touched the bronze sphere again. The city's destruction replayed. The screaming sky, the collapsing walls, the wave that devoured everything. She kept her hand there until the vision softened, until the grief beneath the memory revealed itself. "You acted out of fear," she said, "not justice." A low groan shivered through the trench. The sea recoiled, ashamed. Amphitrite spoke gently. "You are wiser now. Let judgment be restorative, not ruinous." The temperature rose again, warmth as apology. The old memories began to drift apart like smoke dissolving into morning light. But some memories did not dissolve. From the farthest wall of the trench, a shape detached itself. A massive silhouette, slow, deliberate, ancient, not alive in the mortal sense, yet not inert. A leviathan of memory, formed from centuries of accumulated grievance. Eyes of molten silver opened, reflecting everything the ocean had ever lost. The sisters backed away instinctively. "What is that?" Galatea whispered. "The ocean's grief made flesh," Thetis said. "A remembrance too heavy to forget." The creature moved, its body bending the water around it. Not hostile, not benevolent, simply burdened. It reached toward them, not with malice, but with desperation. The pulse inside it cried, "Free me." Thetis stepped forward despite the pressure crushing her chest. "You were made when the ocean believed pain gave it power," she said softly. "But that age is over." "Come." She placed her hand upon the creature's brow. Heat flooded through her. Storms, wars, extinctions, broken covenants. A lifetime of planetary sorrow. She gasped, nearly collapsing, but held on. "You are forgiven," she whispered. "Not forgotten, never forgotten, but forgiven." The Leviathan shuddered and dissolved into light, scattering into currents that carried its memory in gentler form. The trench softened, darkness lifting, pressure easing. The ocean spoke again, its voice now trembling with humility. "Teach me to carry my past without repeating it." Amphitrite smiled. That is growth. Even oceans grow. Galatea placed her hands on the rising currents. Your future begins by releasing this place from exile. The memories embedded in the trench rose like silt, not erased, but redistributed, woven into the larger sea where they would no longer fester alone. The seafloor brightened as new vents opened, releasing warmth that spread upward through the layers of the deep, a healing pulse. Even the darkest water found circulation again. "What now?" asked a young Nereid as the sisters ascended. Thetis looked toward the faint shimmer of sunlight far above. "Now," she said, "the ocean learns to forgive itself, and only then can it forgive us." They rose through water that felt lighter, freer. Above them lay a world ready to change, and below them a past no longer capable of dragging the future down with it. But forgiveness is only the first step toward renewal. And somewhere beyond the horizon, forces older than memory had begun to stir. Forces that would not greet this healing with gratitude. What happens when the ocean's awakening draws attention from powers that slept even deeper? Long before the Olympians carved their thrones from cloud and lightning, older powers ruled the edges of the world. Beings too vast for temples, too patient for prayer. When Zeus chained the Titans, he did not destroy them. He buried them in the places mortals feared to look, in mountains, in magma, and, in the coldest corners of the earth, beneath the ice. The sea touched all those prisons. It remembered every boundary it had been ordered not to cross. For ages it obeyed. But the awakening changed everything. When the ocean learned its own mind, its currents probed old borders with new curiosity. In the far south and far north, where ice gripped the planet like a pale fist, something ancient felt the touch and stirred. The first sign was a crack. It rang not like thunder, but like a bell struck in the bones of the world. A great glacier, older than human history, fractured along a fault that glowed briefly blue from within. Researchers far above recorded the calving as an event. The Nereids, watching from the fringes of that frozen water, heard it as a voice clearing its throat after millennia of silence. "The deep-buried ones are listening," Galatea said, her breath turning to silver mist in the frigid air. Thetis floated beside the edge of the ice shelf, her skin glimmering with star-hard frost. "They feel the world warming," she murmured. "They think it's a summons." Gray light stretched across the horizon. The sun rolled low, never fully rising. Beneath them, the southern ocean churned with cold intelligence. The ice groaned, a continent thinking aloud. In its lowest layers, trapped under miles of frozen weight, shadows began to shift. These were not gods of storm or tide, but of structure. Ancient minds that once shaped continents and seas by simply turning over in their sleep. Amphitrite descended first, her form leaving a trail of tiny frozen prisms in the water. The deeper she went under the floating ice, the darker the world became. Sound changed too, muted, thick, as if spoken through stone. Here, the ocean did not move freely. It moved in slow negotiations with ice that believed itself eternal. At the base of the shelf, where saltwater kissed glacial feet, the sea boiled softly, eating away at the bottom of the frozen throne. In that boundary layer of melt and cold, a presence coiled, huge, slow, and nearly forgotten. Thetis joined her, the pressure of the overhead ice pressing against her shoulders like the weight of an old promise. "Do you feel it?" she asked. "Yes," Amphitrite said. "Old order. No patience." From the dark, a pulse spread outward, shaking the meltwater. It carried no words, but its meaning was clear. "Who dares alter the world without us?" Galatea winced as the vibration reached her. "The Titans beneath the ice," she whispered. "They sense the ocean's awakening. They want to say." The water brightened faintly as the ancient power stirred. Not flame, but pressure, memory of gravity older than oceans. These were not titans of fire or chaos, but of weight, the ones who once pushed mountains up and seas down with a mere breath. When Zeus chained them, he sank their consciousness into the frozen poles and commanded the waters to move around, not through, their prison. Now the waters trembled, no longer obedient by instinct. Thetis stepped forward, her voice low but steady. "Ancient ones," she said, "the world has changed while you slept. Your time of rule is over." The ice shuddered in laughter, a deep cracking sound that rolled for miles, sending icebergs drifting like broken crowns. Over, the presence pulsed. We feel cities. We feel heat. We feel a young god, ocean, learning to rule. You repeat our story with new names. Thetis flinched. They were not entirely wrong. Amphitrite raised her hand. "This ocean is not a tyrant," she said. "It seeks balance, not dominance." "Balance," the titans beneath replied, "was our invention." With that, a colossal fissure opened beneath the ice, spilling pale light. The Nereids glimpsed shapes moving in the glacial heart, forms too vast to fully see, like muscles flexing inside a mountain. The water around them surged, drawn into eddies of ancient will. Thetis braced herself. "They want to rise," she said, "to return the world to an age when land and sea were only tools in their hands." "Can they?" Galatea asked, fear threading her voice. "In flesh, no," Amphitrite replied. "Zeus saw to that. But in influence." She looked up at the groaning ceiling of ice. "The melting is loosening their dreams." As the planet warmed, ice lost its grip. The Titan consciousness, once locked in rigid crystal, began to leak into the water as impression, impulse, desire. That desire was simple: reassert control. The sea, newly awake, felt that desire press against its own fresh sense of autonomy. Two colossal minds grazed edges. One ancient, hierarchical, unyielding. The other newly aware, collaborative, merciful. The pressure between them could crack continents, if left unchecked. Thetis swam closer to the pulsing fissure, ignoring the knives of cold slicing through her. "Hear me," she said. "The age of command is done. The world cannot bear another will that sees it only as clay. It bore us at the beginning," the deep presence answered. "We carved its bones. We arranged its waters. We made platforms for life you now pretend to shepherd. And you nearly crushed it in the process," Thetis said. "You broke more than you built. The new ocean has learned from your mistakes." The water shook, a low growl of moving ice. For a moment, Thetis thought the shelf would collapse entirely. But instead, it settled. The ancient presence shifted from anger to curiosity. "You speak as if you are not its servant." "I am its daughter," she answered, "and its witness." There was a pause, a silence thick with evaluation. Then a new pulse, slower, probing. "Show us what it has become." Thetis seized the opening. She reached out, placing her hands against the glacial wall. Through her, the awakened sea sent impressions down. Reefs reborn, cities retreating from dangerous shores, children laughing in restored marshes, storms that corrected instead of annihilated. It also sent its wounds, the floods, the spills, the heated shallows. "See," she whispered. "Not perfect, but learning. Not under a single fist, but many hands." For a long moment, nothing moved. Then the ice above them glowed faint blue, as if light were being remembered inside it. The titans beneath the ice absorbed the images, weighing them against their own history of crushed mountains and drowned valleys. "You choose negotiation," the presence finally pulsed. "We chose obedience. Perhaps we chose too early." Amphitrite stepped beside Thetis. "If you awaken fully, your old hunger will return. The world cannot survive your weight again. But you can advise from where you are. Be foundation, not fist." It was an astonishing offer, that the eldest forces surrender rule, yet retain relevance. The trench voices considered. Glaciers creaked. Far above, icebergs calved in clean lines, as if exhaling tension. At last, the response came, softer but undeniable. "We will remain, but our pressure will shift. We will hold what must not move and release what must." The water around them warmed slightly as melt channels opened in new, gentler paths, routes that would stabilize ice where it mattered and free it where coasts needed change. The ancient will had agreed, if not to yield, then to collaborate. Galatea let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. We negotiated with Titans, she said, half laughing, and lived. Thetis's limbs trembled with the strain of carrying such old power through her. Not as conquerors, she said, as translators. They began to ascend. Above them, the underbelly of the ice looked different now. Less like a lid, more like a ceiling with windows. Channels carved by Titan will now worked in harmony with the ocean's own circulation. They would slow collapse where collapse would be catastrophe and hasten it where the world needed rebirth. As they broke back into gray daylight, sleet kissed their faces like approval. In the distance, a colossal iceberg rolled, flashing the pure blue of ancient, compressed time. It did not break anything as it moved. It simply turned, redistributing weight. The Titans beneath the ice are still there, Amphitrite said, but now they listen. For the first time, Thetis added, the world's oldest powers and its newest consciousness move in cautious step. Yet even cautious steps send waves. The awakening of those buried minds would ripple into fault lines, into weather, into history. The sea had chosen alliance over rebellion. But elsewhere, beneath volcanoes, inside mountains, other ancient forces might not greet this new harmony with such patience. The poles had agreed to balance. Would the fire at the planet's heart do the same? In the beginning, before gods had faces and oceans had borders, the world was fire wrapped in water. Volcanoes were its lungs, magma its blood. When the Titans were buried, many were locked beneath mountains. But others, the fiercest and most unpredictable, were chained beneath the sea itself. Their prisons were the volcanic ridges that snake along the ocean floor, glowing in slow, furious sleep. For ages, the pressure of the deep kept those fires quiet. But now the sea was awake, and when water awakens, fire listens. The first sign came as a distant rumble beneath the Pacific. Not an earthquake, but a heartbeat. A pulse so low that whales sang in reply, startled out of their migration. Fishermen felt it through their hulls and looked at one another, suddenly uneasy. Instruments recorded nothing, but the Nereids felt everything. Thetis froze mid-current. That was not tectonic, she whispered. That was will. Amphitrite turned her face toward the abyss, where a faint red glow flickered deep, deep below. The chained ones remember warmth. Galatea's skin shimmered with rising heat. If they rise uncontrolled, entire coasts will vanish. The Nereids dove. They descended past blue, past green, past violet, down into the place where color dies. Pressure tightened around them like iron bands. Creatures of the midnight zone fled their path. Lanternfish, glass eels, things without names. The water grew warmer with every heartbeat, carrying the scent of sulfur and ancient rage. Finally, they reached the volcanic ridge. A scar across the ocean floor, pulsing red like a wound reopening. Vents hissed violently, belching plumes of minerals that spiraled upward like smoke from a sleeping dragon. A familiar vibration rolled through the deep. We remember freedom. Thetis braced herself as the heat intensified. Fire Mother, she called into the dark. Why now? From beneath the crust, a voice answered, vast, booming, slow. Because water changed. The vents around them roared, sending pillars of molten glow into the currents. For eons you pushed and I yielded. Now you swell. You warm. You trespass into my dreaming. You call to me without knowing it. Thetis felt shame tighten her chest. The sea's awakening, its expanding warmth, its shifting currents, had shaken the deep in ways she had not anticipated. We did not call you, she said. You did, the Fire Mother replied. You simply did not understand the language. The volcanic ridge trembled, shedding clouds of molten dust. Earth groaned. The Nereids steadied themselves. Amphitrite lifted her hand. Fire Mother, if you rise in anger, countless lives will burn. Not anger, the voice corrected, balance. Galatea swam forward, her eyes reflecting the molten red glow. What balance destroys the innocent? The same balance that drowned the old continents, the Fire Mother replied. The same balance that forged islands. Creation requires collapse. But collapse must be chosen, Thetis said. Not unleashed blindly. The ridge pulsed again, shaking the water. Boulders cracked, fissures widened. You judge me, daughter of a sea that swallowed empires? Your hands are not clean either. Thetis flinched. The Fire Mother was not wrong. Water had taken as much as fire ever had. We learned, she said quietly. We evolved. So can you. Silence. Heavy, molten silence spread through the deep. Then, from the far end of the ridge, another presence stirred. Older than the Fire Mother, less furious, more weary. A presence that hummed like a furnace slowing its burn. Daughters of the tide, the second voice murmured. Hear me. Amphitrite straightened. Flame-bearer. Thetis recognized the tone, one of the ancient elemental fathers, entombed beneath the crust since the first mountains rose from magma. A titan of fire, not rage. The sea glowed faintly as his voice rose. We feel your ocean awakening. Your tides grow thoughtful. Your storms grow disciplined. Your currents carry purpose. We feel your world learning to breathe again. And we choose to remain chained, but we will not be ignored. The Fire Mother hissed, angry. You would counsel patience while the world burns above us? Yes, Flamebearer answered. Because fire that rises without wisdom scorches its own future. For the first time, the Fire Mother hesitated. Flamebearer turned his attention to the Nereids. But hear this, daughters of water. Your awakening shakes our prisons. If the sea continues to warm unchecked, our chains will melt. Our rising will not be choice. It will be physics. Thetis closed her eyes, grief pressing her heart. So the sea's growth threatens the world again. Only if it grows without aim, Flamebearer said. Guide it, teach it temperance, channel its dreaming into design, not fever. Galatea swallowed hard. And if we fail? The ridge rumbled violently, a warning tremor. Then fire will rewrite what water cannot restore. For a moment, the water glowed red-hot, then cooled as the Fire Mother withdrew, still angry but no longer rising. The volcanic vents calmed. Pressure lowered. The seafloor ceased trembling. A fragile peace, but peace nonetheless. The Nereids hovered in the newly quiet deep, shaken. We came seeking to soothe old memory, Amphitrite whispered. Instead, we uncovered a second awakening. Thetis stared at the glowing cracks. Water woke first, but fire is watching. If we guide one, we guide the other. Galatea touched the ridge with trembling fingers. And if we fail to guide them both, Thetis finished the thought. The world will be reborn in flame or flood. They began their long ascent, passing bioluminescent creatures returning to calm, passing currents slowly relaxing into gentler patterns. But beneath their feet, the Fire Mother simmered, no longer sleeping, merely waiting. And somewhere above, the awakened ocean stirred with dreams it did not yet understand. Fire and water, two ancient minds, two rising powers, now watched each other across the planet like wary gods. Balance had never been more fragile. And far to the north, a new threat stirred. Not in water, not in fire, but in the cold places where silence hides prophecy. In the far north, where the sun circles like a tired guardian and shadows have edges sharp as blades, the glaciers began to whisper. At first, the sound was faint, a brittle crackle, like frost forming on glass. But then the murmurs grew into tones that carried across frozen fjords and drifted into the deep, unsettling the Nereids even before they reached the polar seas. Thetis arrived first. Her breath crystallized as she surfaced, a pale mist that drifted toward the shimmering ice cliffs. The air smelled ancient, older than Olympus, older than the titans beneath the ice, older even than the ocean itself in its youthful form. Something is speaking, she whispered. Amphitrite rose beside her, eyes narrowed against the blistering glare.
No.
Something is remembering. The glaciers towered above them, walls of blue fire frozen in place. They were not passive. They were listening. They were waiting. Galatea joined them, shivering despite her immortal body. This cold, it's not temperature, feels like thought. It was thought. The ice groaned, shifting its colossal weight. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, glowing faintly with trapped sunlight, or perhaps trapped memory. From within the glacier came a voice, thin but resonant. We have seen the world end before. The Nereids exchanged alarmed glances. Glaciers were not alive. They had no breath, no blood, no mind. But they had something older, time. Layer upon layer of snow compressed into history. Dust from ancient worlds. Air bubbles containing the last breaths of civilizations forgotten. And when time itself awakened in the ocean, the ice had listened. Now it spoke. "Who are you?" Thetis asked, stepping closer. The glacier answered without hesitation. "We are what the world tried to bury. We are the archives of extinction." Amphitrite stiffened. "Then you remember every age the world has lost. All that froze," the ice replied, "remains with us." A tremor rippled through the frozen cliffs, shaking loose a plume of diamond dust. "We mean no harm," Thetis said gently. "We seek only balance." "Balance?" The glacier echoed. "Balance is a myth. The world tips, corrects, tips again. Only ice stays honest." Galatea approached the glacier, touching its surface. Images flooded her instantly. An ancient sea boiling under a volcanic sky, forests collapsing under their own weight, a meteor streaking across the heavens, oceans rising to swallow entire landmasses. The ice had witnessed all of it, preserved all of it, remembered all of it. And it remembered the last time fire and water had awakened together. She stumbled back, trembling. The glaciers have seen the planet remake itself 100 times. They think we're approaching another turning. The ice pulsed. The ocean stirs in dreams. Fire wakes in anger. Titans test their chains. This pattern is known. Thetis's heart sank. "You believe the world is entering another cycle of collapse." "We do not believe," said the ice. "We know." A gust of polar wind roared, scattering frost like shards of glass. The Nereids stood silently, letting the warning sink in. Finally, Amphitrite asked, "If collapse is returning, what do you want?" The glacier hesitated, not out of fear, but calculation. "We want a witness." Galatea frowned. "Why us?" "Because mortals forget. Gods rewrite. But you remember and forgive." Thetis stepped forward. "What must we witness?" The glacier cracked, splitting open like a book. Inside, layers glowed with trapped auroras, swirling like spirits caught in resin. "Witness the cost of forgetting." The ice released a vision, not past, but future. The sisters saw coastlines swallowed not by rage, but by slow, inevitable rise. Forests turning white under unseasonable frost. Coral bleaching until it resembled bone. Storms circling the equator in perfect mathematical precision. Cities shimmering like mirages above water they could no longer command. And in the deep, the fire mother rising through cracks in the crust, not in fury but in necessity. Then the vision shifted, showing another possibility. Communities living with water, not against it. Houses built to float, not resist. Coasts breathing like lungs. Marshlands returned. Rivers freed to meander. Humans learning tidecraft the way their ancestors once learned starlight. The ocean calm, awake, and merciful. Two futures. One inevitable unless guided. One possible only through intention. The glacier whispered, "The world stands on a hinge. Which way it swings depends on how well you teach the ocean to dream." Thetis felt the weight of prophecy settle upon her shoulders. "We will teach it," she vowed. "We will guide it as we always have, not with power, but with compassion." The ice groaned, approval or warning, she could not tell. Then the glacier's voice softened. "A final truth. The sea cannot choose alone. It reflects the hearts of those who walk the shore." Galatea's eyes widened. "You mean mortals must change as well," the glacier finished, "or all of this dreaming ends as ice." A single crack ran through the cliff, echoing across the polar night like a closing door. Amphitrite bowed her head. "We hear you, and we will not turn away," Thetis promised. The glacier fell silent, the whisper fading into the long, slow creaking of ancient time settling back into cold. As the Nereids swam away, the wind carried one last fading message. a warning wrapped in frost. And beware what sleeps beneath the northern ice. It is not only memory that stirs. Something else has begun to wake. The sisters exchanged a look of dread. They had calmed storms, negotiated with titans, quieted fire, and taught the sea to dream. But something older than all of them now shifted in the dark. A presence not of water, nor fire, nor earth, but something forgotten, something watching, something waiting. The aurora rose like a living veil across the sky, its green and violet ribbons weaving through the polar night with delicate violence. Mortals saw beauty, the Nereids saw warning. For only when the sky opened in colors of cold fire did the world's oldest sleepers turn in their hidden beds. Thetis emerged beneath the shimmering lights, the water around her glowing faintly with the auroral reflection. It was silent, unnervingly so. No seals barking, no ice shifting. Even the wind held its breath, as if afraid to disturb whatever stirred beneath the frozen field of stars. Galatea surfaced beside her, blinking against the swirling lights. "I thought it was memory that slept beneath this ice," she whispered. "But this feels different." Amphitrite rose last, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon. "It is different. This is not glacier memory. This is not Titan pressure. This is something that existed before even the Titans had names." The aurora brightened, its ribbons twisting into shapes that looked disturbingly deliberate. Serpent coils, wings of impossible size, a crown made of shadow. Then the ocean beneath them shuddered. A vibration rolled outward, soft at first, then deepening until it shook the sisters' bones. The ice sheet cracked in 3 clean lines, forming a triangle around them. The Nereids exchanged a look, silent, tense. Something beneath the polar cap was waking, something the glaciers had tried to warn them about. Thetis whispered, "What are you?" The water trembled in reply. Galatea dove beneath the ice, swimming along one crack, her luminescence slicing through the dark. She expected to find caverns, melt pools, shifting shelves. Instead, she found nothing, just an abyss where solid ice should have been. An enormous hollow space, a chamber carved not by water, not by heat, but by intention. She surfaced, panting out of instinct though she did not need breath. "It's empty beneath us, a void, a nest." Amphitrite's expression hardened. It was kept asleep. Something hollowed this place deliberately. Thetis felt her pulse race, a mortal sensation creeping into immortal veins. "By who?" A voice answered, "Not from the water, not from the ice, from the air itself, by the sky." The aurora surged downward, coiling like sentient smoke. It thickened, condensed, and formed the faint silhouette of a being too large to exist in any single element. A shape born of sky, winter, and silence. The Nereids drifted backward, startled. The figure spoke through the aurora's glow, its voice layered, wind, frost, memory. "We are the ones who stood before wind had name, before ocean had salt, before Titan had shape, before God had thunder." Thetis swallowed. "Primordials." Amphitrite's jaw clenched. But the sky primordials were dissolved, absorbed, broken apart when the world changed. Most were, the auroral voice agreed, but not all. One remained, too old to die, too patient to interfere. Galatea's voice shook. "You." "Yes," it said simply. "I who governed the north winds when the world was young. I who froze the first storms. I who taught winter to breathe." The aurora thickened, swirling into a towering shape. "I who watch when the world forgets itself." The water around the Nereids rippled with ancestral fear. Thetis found her voice. "Why now? Why reveal yourself?" The aurora dimmed. When it brightened again, its colors had sharpened into a blade-like glow. Because the sea wakes, fire watches, ice remembers, titans stir, mortals tilt the balance. And the world now moves toward a hinge moment. A single ribbon of light descended, brushing the surface like a fingertip. Your ocean is becoming conscious in ways not seen since the first age. If it continues without guidance, it will reshape the planet. Not with wrath, but with innocence. Innocence isn't danger, Galatea said, confused. It is, the primordial replied. For innocence does not understand consequence. And a dreaming ocean may choose beauty over stability, or stability over life. Thetis stared upward. Then what are you? A threat? A guardian? The aurora shifted, a sigh of light. Neither. I am the witness, the cold eye of the world, the observer who remembers every cycle of creation and collapse. Amphitrite's voice sharpened. If you are only witness, then why did you crack the ice? Why expose your chamber? The aurora flickered, swirling into the shape of eyes. Vast, ancient, sorrowful. Because something else stirs beneath the northern ice. Something I cannot watch alone. The Nereids froze. Galatea whispered, "Another primordial?" No, the auroral voice trembled, just slightly. Something older. Older than primordial?
Impossible.
And yet the lights above them bent as if bowing to a gravity older than the sky. Thetis's voice was barely audible. What could be older than you? The aurora darkened. The first fear. A cold wind swept the water, slicing across their faces. When the world was born, before sea or fire or air had shape, there was the void. And in the void lived an echo, the memory of nothingness. The reminder that existence is fragile, temporary, and easily undone. Amphitrite shuddered. You mean the abyssal consciousness, the idea of unmaking? Yes. The aurora brightened violently. For countless ages, it slept beneath this cap, frozen in non-being. But the sea's awakening disturbed it. The dreaming called to it. The warming ice weakened its prison. Now it shifts, slowly, quietly, learning what existence feels like. Galatea's breath hitched. If it wakes fully, the primordial finished, it will want to return the world to the silence that birthed it. Thetis stepped forward, chin raised. Tell us how to stop it. The aurora thinned, wavering like a candle flame. You cannot stop it. You can only soothe it. How? Amphitrite demanded. With memory, with meaning, with story. It was born from nothing. The only way to calm it is to show it what something looks like. The sisters exchanged bewildered glances. Galatea whispered, "You're asking us to teach the first fear, to love the world?" Yes. A single ribbon of aurora drifted downward, brushing Thetis's cheek like a cold blessing. Because if you fail, the world will not burn. It will not drown. It will simply end. The aurora flared, wrapping the sky in silent fire. Go. Descend beneath the northern ice. Speak to it. Remind it why existence is worth preserving. The light dimmed. And hurry. It begins to wake faster now. The Nereids turned toward the hollow in the ice. The doorway to something older than gods, older than titans, older than fear itself, and dove. The aurora watched them disappear, and the sky whispered, "May the world's memory be enough to save it." The hole in the ice was not black. Black is the color of something. This was the absence of color entirely, a wound in reality where even starlight refused to fall. As Thetis hovered above it, she felt an unease unlike any storm or titan or god she had ever faced. This was not an enemy. This was an undoing. The northern sea around the opening shivered, waves flattening as if afraid to approach. The aurora dimmed at its edges, respectful, wary. The world seemed to lean away. Amphitrite arrived at Thetis's side, her usual calm stretched thin. "This is not water," she murmured. "Not even cold. It's before cold." Galatea peered into the hollow, squinting. "It doesn't even reflect us," she said in a hushed voice. "Every other darkness shows a shadow. This shows nothing." Thetis exhaled slowly. "Then we will bring something into it." And with that, she dove. The moment she crossed the hole's edge, sensation changed. The water grew thinner, then thicker, then meaningless. Sound dissolved. Pressure, which usually greeted her like an old friend, vanished completely. She could no longer tell if she was moving or suspended, rising or falling. But she could feel one thing: presence, vast and distant, and yet wrapped around her like a second skin. Not watching, not judging, just aware. Galatea and Amphitrite followed, their luminous forms dimming until they looked like ghosts of themselves. The boundary between body and void blurred, their edges frayed like smoke in a breeze. "This place?" Galatea whispered, though she had no mouth here. "It feels like a thought that hasn't decided to exist yet." Thetis forced herself to remember the sea above, its salt, its color, its voices. She pictured Achilles laughing as a child, spray in his hair. She pictured dolphins racing ships, fishermen humming old songs, children falling asleep to the sound of waves against stone. She clung to these images like ropes. "We're still here," she said. "As long as we remember something, we have shape." Deeper they drifted into the hollow of nothingness. Then came the first tremor, not like water moving, more like the absence of water, considering it. A low, formless vibration rippled through the void, brushing their dissolving bodies. It carried no words, no emotion, just pure, unshaped awareness. The first fear stirring in its cradle. Thetis spoke into it, though she had no idea how sound functioned here. "We know you," she said softly. "You are the echo of before, the memory of when nothing was real yet." The void quivered. Something like curiosity passed through it. Amphitrite added, "You are not evil. You are absence. But absence alone cannot hold what the world has become." Another tremor, this one sharper, colder. Galatea shivered. "It doesn't understand world. It doesn't know what become means. All it knows is that once there was nothing, and nothing felt safe." The void pulsed in agreement. Safe, quiet, unburdened. Thetis felt a stab of sympathy. Existence is loud. Existence hurts. She gathered herself, shaping her thoughts carefully, as if sculpting with breath. "Listen," she said gently, directing her awareness into the heart of the hollow. "We will show you what something is." Images were their only language here. Words broke apart on the edge of nothingness. So the Nereids did what they had always done best. They told stories. Amphitrite showed the void the first tides, gentle, newborn waves crawling across infant shores under a pale moon. She showed it the moon itself, rising like a silver question above a dark sea. The tremor of curiosity grew stronger. Galatea poured images of light into the emptiness. Sunbeams threading through shallow water, scales of fish flashing gold, stars reflecting in calm bays. She added sound. The croak of frogs and reeds, the low hum of whales, the laughter of children chasing waves. The void quivered, confused by so much sensation, but it did not recoil. Thetis stepped forward, drawing upon the deepest part of herself, the part that had loved and lost and still chosen to remain. She showed the void a mother holding her child. Not just Achilles, but every mother by every sea. Mortal arms cradling mortal life, hearts beating like drums against the roar of the ocean. She showed grief too. A woman kneeling on a shore at dusk, the tide washing her feet as she whispered the name of someone who would never return. "Existence hurts," Thetis said softly into the tremor. "It is sharp, it is loud, it is unfair, but it is also the only place where love can happen." The hollow shuddered. For the first time, the tremor carried feeling, not yet emotion, but the faint recognition that something could be missed if it vanished. The void sent back a vision of its own, a universe before form, silent and simple. No loss, no noise, no hunger, no pain. Pressed that vision against the Nereids like an argument. Safe. Thetis almost wept. She understood. The temptation of undoing is not hatred. It is exhaustion. She answered with a different kind of image. She showed the void a single drop of water falling from a leaf into a pond, the ripples spreading outward, touching lily pads, nudging a frog, rocking a dragonfly. She showed how one small action could move many. "Nothingness is safe," she agreed, "but it is also empty. In nothingness there is no harm, but there is also no kindness." Amphitrite added a second thread, the patient healing of time. She showed reefs regrowing over wrecks, forests rising where ash once lay, children laughing in towns their grandparents had seen drown and rebuild. She showed resilience. Galatea flooded the void with beauty. Auroras dancing, lanternfish glowing in midnight depths, snowflakes forming on ship rails, reflections of the moon shattered by playful waves. She showed that pain was not the only color existence painted with. The tremor changed. It became slower, deeper, listening. The first fear considered what they offered. A world noisy and bruised, yet strangely radiant. It showed them one last time the quiet of non-being. A calm so profound it almost seduced them. Thetis held fast. "You are the memory of nothing," she said. "But you do not have to erase something. You can protect it instead." Protect. The concept stirred the void like a pebble dropped into still water. "You can be the boundary," Amphitrite whispered. "Not the eraser. The limit that keeps chaos from spilling too far. The pause between heartbeats. The silence between waves. The darkness that makes stars visible," Galatea added. "The quiet that lets songs be heard." Slowly, carefully, the three sisters wove a new role for the first fear. Not as destroyer, but as guardian of thresholds. Not as hunger to end, but as comfort at the edge of endings. The hollow pulsed wildly now, like a mind overwhelmed. Then, gradually, it settled. The nothingness around them thickened, but no longer threatened to swallow. It simply held them, cool and steady, like a hand supporting a fragile vessel. The tremor became a steady rhythm. Agreement. The first fear would not unmake the world. Instead, it would fold itself into the fabric of existence as a necessary stillness. The calm in deep sleep, the moment before dawn, the quiet at the bottom of the sea where life rests, not vanishes. The hollow began to fill, not with matter, but with meaning. Color crept in at the edges, faint, like smoked glass. Pressure returned, gentle as a blanket. Sound filtered back, distant, muffled, but real. The Nereids felt their bodies regain shape. Their outlines sharpened. Their hair floated again with the familiar drag of water. The nothingness had stepped back from the brink of becoming devouring. It had chosen to become a boundary instead. "Thank you," Thetis whispered into the softening dark. "Sleep, but don't forget. We will need your quiet." A final pulse brushed their minds. Neither word nor image, but feeling, trust. Then the hollow exhaled. The three sisters were lifted upward, borne on a current that had not existed before. A slow, steady upwelling of peace. They shot toward the faint shimmer of ice above like arrows thrown by the world's own hand. They broke the surface together, gasping instinctively as cold air kissed their faces. Above them, the aurora brightened, its colors warmer somehow, less like a wound and more like a blessing. Far below, the first fear settled into its new task, not as enemy of existence, but as its deepest rest. The world had stepped back from the brink of being unmade. But their work was not finished. For now the ocean was awake, fire-aware, ice-watchful, void-soothed, and mortals, fragile and stubborn, still walked the line between reverence and ruin. Thetis looked toward the horizon, where distant coasts slept, unaware. "Now," she said softly, "we must teach them the story we just told the dark, because saving the world from nothingness was only half the work. Teaching it how to live with everything, that was the rest." The sea was quiet when Thetis returned to warmer waters. Too quiet. Not the silence of fear or the silence of absence, but the silence that follows revelation, the hush after a world exhales for the first time in centuries. The ocean had changed. Its consciousness no longer wandered aimlessly through dreams. It was alert now, self-aware, listening. And it was listening to her. Thetis felt it the moment she entered the Aegean. Currents curled toward her like affectionate animals. Light glimmered beneath her feet, pulsing in familiar rhythm. The very waves rose in soft arcs, as if bowing to her return. Amphitrite joined her in the shallows, watching the water's shifting glow. "It knows you soothed the first fear," she murmured. "It knows you anchored the void." Galatea's face softened with something like pride. "You gave the ocean its boundary. You gave creation its permission to continue." But Thetis looked troubled. That is exactly why it's listening, she said quietly, and I fear what it wants to hear. The three sisters drifted deeper into the quiet sea. Schools of fish swirled around them, forming spirals like prayers. Above, gulls circled silently, as if unwilling to disturb the water's meditative calm. It watched everything, Thetis continued, every vision we offered to the dark, every memory, every wound, every hope. She lowered her gaze, and now it waits for a song. One last thread to complete its awakening. Amphitrite frowned. A song. For ages, Thetis explained, the sea has mimicked what it sees. Storms from sky, heat from sun, pull from moon. Now that it thinks for itself, it looks for a voice to shape its identity. It wants a story to bind it. Galatea tilted her head. Then sing. Thetis shook her head. Not just any song. It wants a lullaby, an origin woven with meaning. A story that reminds it not only what it is, but what it must never become. Amphitrite's expression sharpened. A lullaby or a leash? Thetis nodded. A gentle one, a necessary one. If a conscious ocean awakens without compassion, even unintentionally, the world could drown in innocent wonder. She turned her eyes toward the horizon, where dawn painted the waves in gold. I must sing it a lullaby to teach it mercy. Galatea touched her arm. Then we will sing with you. But what happens when the sea itself begins to remember too much? When memory outweighs forgiveness and the deep decides to speak back? Before stories, before even the gods, the sea was memory itself. Endless, unbroken, self-contained. Every droplet once belonged to something else. A storm, a tear, a glacier, a heartbeat. To remember is to change shape constantly, and so the sea became the most ancient form of thought. A mind with no skull, no voice, but infinite recall. Now, for the first time in ages, that memory began to wake. It started as a tremor far below the sunlit surface. Not seismic, not violent, but rhythmic, like the slow pulse of something enormous regaining awareness. The Nereids felt it before the instruments of mortals ever could. The water's temperature shifted in patterns that resembled breathing. Currents that once wandered aimlessly began to move with purpose. The sea dreams again, said Galatea, rising through the blue toward her sisters. Her hair glowed like captured moonlight. It's remembering. Thetis frowned. Not all memories are kind. The tremor deepened, spreading through the world's oceans as if an ancient network of veins were filling with light. In the coral ruins of forgotten cities, bubbles rose, echoes of voices not heard since the world was new. Whales altered their migration songs to match the rhythm. The sea was not angry. It was rehearsing. Amphitrite gathered the sisters in a circle near the equator, where warm and cold waters kiss. The glow beneath them pulsed softly, turning the deep black into violet haze. It's the old consciousness, she said, the one that held us before Nereus gave us names. Thetis's voice was low. It has slept for too long. When it wakes, it may not remember the difference between creation and cleansing. The ocean's great mind was stirring, and with it came the risk of imbalance, for a memory too strong can drown the present. The sea had always carried the record of humanity's sins and splendors alike, from the first blood spilled on a ship's deck to the first tear shed over loss. Now it seemed to be reviewing its archive. In one trench, vents began to glow brighter, breathing heat older than the continents. In another, the skeleton of a sunken vessel shuddered, its mast rising briefly before collapsing again. Along every coast, tides arrived a little earlier, as if time itself had shifted forward. Is it warning us? Asked a young Nereid, eyes wide. Thetis watched the swirl of colors below them, blues melting into greens, greens into red fire. No, she said, it's remembering us. They fell silent. The realization settled like weight. For eons, the Nereids had thought themselves caretakers of the ocean, its voice and will. But perhaps they had only ever been fragments of its thought, dreams it once dreamed of its own gentleness. If we are its memories, said Amphitrite slowly, then what happens when it remembers pain? The answer came not in words but in motion. Across the globe, Tides rose and fell in perfect unison, a synchronization unseen since the first dawn. The entire ocean was inhaling. From the depths, a sound rose, low, resonant, impossible to locate. It was not a roar, nor a song, but something in between. Every creature paused. On land, seismographs danced, and coastal winds turned still. In that silence, humanity felt something vast pass through them, the awareness of the sea's own existence. Thetis closed her eyes and reached into the vibration. She saw visions unfold like ancient film. The creation of coral from molten ash, the rise and fall of islands, the first fish that dared to crawl toward sunlight. Then darker images, ships aflame, oil drifting like black tears, plastic fields that shimmered like false reefs. The sea remembered kindness and cruelty without judgment, but remembrance alone was enough to shift its tides. Will it forgive? Galatea whispered. Forgiveness belongs to those who forget, Thetis said. The sea forgets nothing. They hovered as the great current below them began to move north, faster than it ever had before. The global circulation, the heartbeat of the world, was accelerating, spreading warmth where it did not belong. It was the ocean's first deliberate act in millennia. It is done, Thetis said, smiling sadly. The world will live because the sea will sleep peacefully when it must. That is enough. Amphitrite could barely breathe. Your son waits beyond life. Will you join him? Thetis looked into the depths. Perhaps, she whispered, but not yet. There is still one last thing I must do before I go. A single tear slid from her cheek, falling into the sea that now carried her final lullaby in its eternal pulse. The sea knew before the Nereids did. A hush fell across its endless surface. Not the silence of danger, but the silence that precedes a farewell. Currents slowed as if bowing. Waves softened their breath. Even the wind pulled back, hesitant to disturb a moment that felt too sacred for mortal or immortal intrusion. Thetis hovered just beneath the surface, her form shimmering faintly, not fading yet, but thinning at the edges like moonlight spreading across a tidal. Her sisters stood beside her, forming a triangle around the one they could not imagine losing. The ocean carries your lullaby, Amphitrite said quietly, but it should not carry the cost alone. Thetis touched her sister's cheek, the gesture gentle enough to break a heart. The cost must be mine. I tied the sea to its mercy. That bond needs an anchor. Galatea's voice trembled. Then let the anchor be all of us. No, Thetis said, her voice firm despite its softness. If all of us fade, the ocean will lose too much memory. It needs your wisdom, your patience, your joy. She looked down, watching her reflection ripple across the water. Not perfectly anymore, but with slight distortions, as if her shape were becoming part of the tide itself. But I, she whispered, have carried grief long enough. It is time to return what I borrowed from eternity. The sisters didn't understand at first. Then Amphitrite gasped. You mean to return your immortality to the ocean? Thetis nodded. Yes, it lent it to me the day I was born, when Nereus drew me from foam. Now I give it back, piece by piece, tide by tide. Galatea felt her hands shaking. If you do this, you will vanish. Not vanish, Thetis corrected gently. Transform. The sea will remember me differently. Not as a goddess, but as a song. A single wave touched her knee, almost tender, as if agreeing. Thetis stepped deeper into the glowing shallows. The water rose around her like a welcoming embrace. The ocean is changing, she said, and for it to learn compassion, it needs to understand sacrifice. My sacrifice. A pulse rippled through the sea. Gratitude, sorrow, awe. Thetis inhaled. Then she lifted her hand. The tide responded instantly. Waves drew back from the shore in a sweeping arc, retreating farther than they had in centuries. Rocks, shells, and forgotten relics shimmered in sudden sunlight. Fish darted in confusion through ankle-deep pools. Mortals on distant beaches stared in shock as the sea peeled away like a curtain. The tide, Amphitrite breathed. You're pulling it with you. No, Thetis said. I'm giving it something. Her form glowed brighter now, not with divine radiance, but with a softness that felt like dusk, like the moment between heartbeat and breath. The sea surged with emotion. It knew what she was doing. It feared what came next. The ocean has dreams, Thetis said, her voice echoing across continents. But dreams need boundaries. They need lessons. They need gentleness. She opened her arms. And so I give the sea my last gift. Light poured from her chest and dissolved into the water. A soft, silver luminescence that spread outward in waves of shimmering current. It carried warmth into trenches where cold had ruled for millennia. It carried calm into storm belts that had once raged without restraint. It carried forgiveness into places where the sea had held its grudges for far too long. Every creature felt it. Whales fell silent mid-song. Krill froze in drifting spirals. Sharks slowed, confused by tenderness that felt unfamiliar but not unwelcome. Even ancient beings, the titans beneath the ice, the fire mother, the whispering glaciers, paused in their endless duties to acknowledge the shift. Thetis was rewriting the sea from within. Her sisters watched, tears falling like pearls. You're giving it a soul, Galatea whispered. No, Thetis said, fading. I'm giving it mine. Her legs dissolved into strands of light. Her arms thinned like steam rising from a warm bath. Her hair blurred into currents of pale gold drifting through the water. Amphitrite cried out, rushing forward. Thetis, don't go alone. But Thetis smiled. A smile that looked impossibly young, impossibly old. I'm not alone. I am becoming what I always was, a part of the tide. She leaned forward and kissed Amphitrite's forehead. When she pulled back, her lips had already begun to blur. Then she turned to Galatea. Guide it well, Thetis whispered. Guide them well, the mortals, the creatures, the currents. The world listens more than you think. Galatea clutched her hand, or tried to. Her fingers passed through light, scattering it like dust. Thetis, please. Shoo, Thetis murmured. This is not an ending. She stepped back into the water. Her body dispersed into glowing threads, each one drifting like a scrap of moonlit foam. They curled around the sisters, around the rocks, around the gentle tide now returning slowly to its rightful place. The sea surged with a single enormous pulse, a soundless cry. Then the water rose, not violently, not with grief, with reverence. It lifted Thetis's final remnants into itself, absorbing the last of her immortal glow. The light spread across the entire ocean surface, turning it briefly into a silver mirror. Mortals gasped on distant shores. Birds paused mid-flight. Even the clouds reflected her light. The glow faded. The tide returned. Slowly, softly, as if carrying her heartbeat. Amphitrite covered her face with her hands. Galatea sobbed openly, kneeling in the shallows. The sea was no longer quiet. It hummed, a constant, gentle vibration, a lullaby, Thetis's lullaby, forever woven into every wave. Amphitrite lifted her head, tears drying on her cheeks. She isn't gone, she whispered. Galatea nodded. No, the ocean sings with her voice now. The tide washed over their feet. For a moment, just a heartbeat. They felt a hand beneath the water squeeze theirs. Then it vanished into the gentle current. And somewhere deep in the sea's new consciousness, a fresh warmth bloomed. Love, guidance, memory, and the promise of what Thetis had left behind. But even as the sisters grieved, the horizon darkened. A shadow rose, presence older than storms stirred. The world had been softened, but now something tested the sea's new gentleness. And the sisters knew Thetis's sacrifice had bought peace, but peace must be defended. The first storm after Thetis's fading did not come gently. It rose from the equator with unnatural speed, gathering heat like a creature learning to breathe for the first time. Satellites far above watched it spiral into existence, a flawless circle of cloud and fury, too perfect to be accidental. Scientists panicked. Sailors prayed. Birds fled inland in frantic flocks, abandoning the sea. But the storm wasn't born from anger. It was born from curiosity. The sea, newly awake, newly conscious, had felt its own grief, its own transformation, and now it reached instinctively to test itself, to learn what it meant to wield power with mercy instead of instinct. Thetis's lullaby thrummed inside it like a heartbeat, urging restraint. But restraint was learned slowly, and storms have never been patient teachers. Amphitrite stood upon a rising swell as the horizon darkened into a bruise. The wind twisted her hair into silver lashes. Rain had not yet begun, but the clouds churned with growing hunger. Galatea surfaced beside her, eyes narrowed. "It feels wrong," she said. "Not cruel, but uncertain, like a child holding something sharp." Amphitrite listened to the storm's distant pulse, a low, rhythmic thrum that grew louder with every passing moment. "It's learning what it can do," she murmured, "and what it must not." The sea beneath them surged suddenly, lifting the sisters high into the air. A wall of wind slammed into them, nearly ripping their forms apart. Lightning cracked across the pitch-dark sky, illuminating the monstrous eye forming at the storm's center, wide, silent, perfect. Galatea shouted over the rising roar, "If this reaches land, tens of thousands." "I know," Amphitrite said, her face grim. "We cannot fight it. We must teach it." The storm lunged forward, devouring miles with each heave. It spun with terrifying precision, its winds sharpening into knives. A hurricane of impossible symmetry. Yet beneath the chaos, Amphitrite felt a familiar vibration. Thetis. Her lullaby pulsed faintly through the storm's foundations. Soft, hesitant, unsure. The sea remembered kindness, but not how to use it under pressure. Amphitrite spread her arms, calling the currents to her. They obeyed reluctantly, frightened by the storm's newborn strength. The ocean groaned. Lightning tore downward, illuminating the sisters in stark white. "We have to reach its heart," Amphitrite said. Galatea's eyes widened. "The eye?" "Yes, it learns from emotion." Amphitrite swallowed. "So we teach it calm." With a single flick of her fins, she dove into the churning underbelly of the storm. Galatea followed without hesitation. The world beneath was madness. Water torn into spirals, pressure collapsing in unpredictable pulses, currents slamming against each other like armies clashing. Creatures fled into the deep, sensing a mind too young to control its force. Amphitrite pressed forward, her body trembling against the violent pull. "Listen to me," she whispered into the water. "You are not storm alone. You are sea. You are tide. You are memory." But the storm ignored her. It was too frightened of its own strength, too overwhelmed by a desire to move, to rise, to test. Whirlpools clawed at her legs. Thunder roared underwater, a horrid, metallic sound. Galatea grabbed her shoulder as a current nearly tore Amphitrite in half. "We can't overpower it," Galatea cried. "It's too new, too loud." Amphitrite's eyes burned. "Then we quiet it." She summoned the oldest power she possessed. Not violence, not command, but stillness. A power few remembered she held. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Be calm, child." The water hesitated. Lightning paused mid-pulse. Galatea gasped. "You're using the quiet wave." "I must." The quiet wave, an ancient force older than storms, older than tides, had been gifted to Amphitrite by the first oceans. It was a lullaby of her own, though different from Thetis's. Where Thetis sang tenderness, Amphitrite carried control. A control so soft it looked like surrender. She pressed her palms against the raging current. "I'm not here to stop you," she whispered into the storm's trembling heart. "I'm here to hold you." A glow spread outward from her body. Blue, deep, patient. The sea recognized it. The storm resisted at first, winds thrashing harder, waves rising to impossible heights, then faltered. "What is this?" Galatea breathed. "Trust," Amphitrite said. The eye above them began to deform, its perfect circle wobbling, widening, softening. The sharp, violent bands of cloud loosened, Lightning retreated into the clouds like a child hiding its face. Amphitrite pushed deeper into the storm's consciousness, into its fear, its confusion, its desperate instinct to prove its power. "You don't need to show strength to matter," she whispered. "You don't need to strike to be seen. You don't need to destroy to understand yourself." The storm shook violently, one last surge of panic. Then the quiet wave reached its center. Silence. Not the silence of death. The silence of acceptance. Winds weakened. The monstrous spiral slowed. Rain softened into a fine mist. Lightning faded into distant glimmers. The roaring I collapsed inward into a wide, gentle circle. Not a predator's gaze, but a pupil learning to focus. Galatea clutched her chest. "It's calming. It's calming, Amphitrite." "Yes," Amphitrite whispered, tears rising. "It's learning mercy." Above them, clouds parted just enough for a single beam of sunlight to pierce through, striking the ocean like a blessing. The storm, now a modest tempest instead of a monster, drifted sideways, turning away from the coastline, turning away from danger. The sea carried it gently, as if holding a trembling child's hand. Amphitrite rose to the surface with Galatea at her side. The wind brushed her cheek, no longer wild but curious, grateful. The storm pulsed once, a soft tremor through the air. "Thank you." Galatea's voice shook. "Thetis gave the sea compassion, and you taught it how to use it." Amphitrite closed her eyes. "No, we only helped it understand itself." Behind them, the weakened storm drifted harmlessly into open ocean. Ahead, the horizon glowed with strange new light, the glow of a sea testing its newborn conscience. But peace never lasted long for beings tied to the world's fate. Galatea turned suddenly, her eyes widening at a vibration rising from the deep. "Amphitrite, something else is waking." The elder sister heard it too, a low, rising pulse from the deep trenches. Not memory, not fear, summoning. Amphitrite clenched her jaw. "The sea has learned mercy," she whispered. "Now it will learn consequence." The deep does not call lightly. When the pulse surged upward from the trenches, every creature in the sea felt it. Eels nodded their bodies in fear. Dolphins scattered like startled birds. Even the great whales turned and fled, abandoning migration paths they had followed for centuries. The water itself recoiled, currents folding backward as though a colossal hand were sweeping through them. Galatea felt the vibration first, a low, resonant thrum that passed directly through her bones. She froze mid-stroke, eyes wide. "That wasn't a warning," she whispered. "That was an instruction." Amphitrite lifted her head, feeling the next pulse rise from the abyss. Stronger, sharper, calling. "It's summoning us," she said quietly. Galatea's voice shook. "Why? What would need us down there?" Amphitrite didn't answer. She already knew. The trenches, the deepest scars on the ocean floor, were where the sea kept its oldest and most difficult memories. But after Thetis's fading, something had changed. A new emptiness had opened, a gap where a guiding presence once stood. The sea felt it, the trenches felt it, and now the abyss called them with urgency that tasted like fear. "Follow me," Amphitrite said, and Dove. Galatea followed, heart pounding. They plunged downward through layers of darkening water. First blue, then black, then deeper black. A darkness so thick it felt like swimming through velvet. Bioluminescent creatures lit their descent in brief flickers, vanishing instantly as if afraid to be seen. As they approached the abyss, the water grew unnaturally cold. Galatea shivered. "It feels like the hollow from the north."
"No," Amphitrite murmured.
"Not nothingness. Something." The pulse rose again, a violent jolt that twisted the current around them like a whirlpool. They swam faster. The ocean floor appeared suddenly, yawning open in a vast chasm miles wide. From its depths, a column of pale light shot upward, cutting through the blackness like a beacon. Galatea gasped. "Is that?" "Yes," Amphitrite said. "The summoning current." The summoning current was a phenomenon whispered in ancient lore. a current the sea used only when it could not protect itself. Not once in the sisters' entire immortal lives had they seen it. Until now, the column of light vibrated, swirling like a tornado made of moonlight. It reached upward into the deep, distorting pressure, bending silence. And within it, a shadow moved. Not monstrous, not violent.
Familiar.
Galatea's breath caught. It can't be. Amphitrite. Look. At first, Amphitrite thought her eyes deceived her. Then the shadow stepped fully into the light, and the sea itself trembled. It was shaped like a woman. Soft outline, flowing hair, long limbs drifting like kelp fronds, and light, soft silver light, pulsing from her chest in slow, steady waves. The summoning current had trapped a memory the sea didn't want to lose, a memory it needed interpreted. Thetis, or rather what remained of her, not physically, not spiritually, but the memory of her shape, her glow, her presence. A silhouette formed from the last fragments of her immortal essence. The sea had kept them, and now it summoned them. Galatea covered her mouth, tears burning her eyes. It called her back. Amphitrite clenched her jaw, fighting to remain steady.
No.
Called us to her memory, to whatever message she left behind. Thetis's outline flickered, wavering like a flame in deep water. Her shape twisted, blurred, and sharpened again as the current struggled to hold her. A faint voice escaped the outline, soft, strained, echoing. Amphitrite, Galatea. Galatea sobbed. We're here. We're here. Thetis. The outline reached upward, a gesture not quite touching, but longing. Listen, the voice whispered. The summoning current tightened, amplifying the fading memory. The water trembled, and Thetis's voice grew clearer. The sea is still learning, she said, her voice fragile as a whispering tide. It understands mercy, but mercy alone cannot shape a world. Amphitrite leaned forward. What do you mean? Thetis's outline flickered. Something else is rising, something ancient, drawn by the awakening. Galatea swallowed hard. The void? We soothed it.
No, Thetis murmured.
Older than the void, older than fear. The summoning current pulsed violently, the trench shuddering beneath them. Thetis's outline collapsed inward, glitching like a memory fraying at its edges. Amphitrite reached out desperately. Thetis, tell us what it is. Her voice strained, as though pulled from a great distance. It is the first creature the sea ever hid, she whispered. The first mistake it ever made. The first thing it regretted. The water froze. Galatea's skin prickled. The sea made a mistake? Thetis nodded, or the outline tried to. Yes, before gods, before titans. When the ocean was newborn and wild and learning its own limits. Her voice trembled. It created something too powerful to control. A low groan rolled through the trench. Ancient, hungry, awakening. The sea trapped it here, Thetis whispered. Buried it so deep even memory couldn't find it. Another pulse hit the water, stronger, angrier. The summoning current flickered. Hurry, Thetis begged. It feels the ocean gaining consciousness. Thinks the world is vulnerable. It wants to rise. Amphitrite's voice cracked. What is it, Thetis? The outline dimmed. His voice faded. Then, the devourer. Galatea's blood ran cold. The what? The first predator the sea ever created. Thetis whispered, barely audible now. A being made of hunger and tide. Strong enough to swallow anything the sea touched. Even storms. Even gods. Amphitrite staggered back. The sea made that? And learned from it, Thetis said gently. Learned never to make another. But the devourer still sleeps. And now, the summoning current trembled. The outline shattered into streaks of light. It wakes. The last flicker of Thetis's memory dissolved, swallowed gently by the trench. Silence fell heavy and vast. Galatea collapsed into Amphitrite's arms, shaking. The devourer. Amphitrite, what do we do? Amphitrite stared into the abyss, her expression stone. "We go to it," she said, "before it rises." A faint tremor crawled up from the ocean floor. Not a pulse this time. A heartbeat. Slow. Enormous. Alive. Amphitrite took Galatea's hand. "The sea is awake," she whispered. "Now we must see what else awakens with it." And together, the sisters swam downward, toward the oldest danger the ocean had ever known. The trench swallowed them. Not metaphorically. It literally closed around Amphitrite and Galatea as they descended, the water thickening into something heavier, older, more deliberate. It felt like diving into memory itself. Pressure tightened around their chests, their vision blurred. The water temperature dropped so sharply that frost crystallized on Galatea's eyelashes. And still they went deeper. The heartbeat grew louder. Not the beat of a creature's flesh, no. This was the heartbeat of a concept. A primordial rhythm, hunger shaped into pulse. A thrum so deep it trembled through sediment, bone, and water. Galatea clutched Amphitrite's arm. "It sounds like it's beneath the seabed itself." Amphitrite shook her head.
No.
"It is the seabed." Galatea stared. "What? The devourer?" Amphitrite whispered. "Isn't just in the trench. The trench is part of it." A shadow shifted below them. Not a moving creature, but the shape of the trench changing, as if something massive beneath were stretching after a long sleep. The ocean floor, slicked with ancient sediment, trembled, then bulged upward before settling again. Galatea swallowed hard. "How deep does it go?" "Deeper than depth," Amphitrite murmured. The sea dimmed. Their own light dimmed with it. The next heartbeat rolled through the water like a shockwave, stirring a rain of fossil dust. Creatures long extinct drifted past as pale silhouettes, bones of ancient fish, shells of forgotten species that had never existed on any mortal map. "Do you feel that?" Galatea whispered. "Yes," Amphitrite answered softly. "Time is thinning. The devourer's presence distorts it." They reached the base of the trench, an immense plain of cracked obsidian-like stone stretching beyond sight. It was not natural rock. It was more like armor, a shell so old it had become part of the earth, a shell that now pulsed. Amphitrite placed her hand on it. The stone twitched beneath her touch, subtly, like the hide of a sleeping giant responding to a fly. Galatea recoiled. "It's alive. It always was. Why did the sea make something like this?" Amphitrite stared into the black water. "Because in the beginning the ocean did not know the difference between creation and consumption. It only knew motion. It birthed storms before it knew destruction. It birthed waves before it knew harm. And it birthed this before it knew hunger." Galatea shivered as another tremor rippled through the stone. "Is it waking because the sea is conscious now?" "Yes," Amphitrite said grimly. "It senses awareness. And hunger always rises to awareness." A thin crack shot across the plain beneath them, 20 miles long, opening like the seam of an eyelid. Light leaked out, not warm, not golden, a pale, sickly blue, like bioluminescence corrupted. The water vibrated with a frequency that made their bones hum painfully. Something moved beneath the cracked shell, a vast shape too large to comprehend. Not a body, not exactly. More like a continent turning in its sleep. Galatea's voice dropped to a trembling whisper. "Amphitrite, we shouldn't be here. That's why we must stay," Amphitrite said, eyes sharp despite her fear. "We are the only ones who can understand what it wants." The crack widened. A low growl seeped out, not sound but pressure warping water. The plain beneath them began to rise in slow, heaving rolls. Stone fractured. Chasms split open like mouths gasping for breath. Then a voice. Not words, not emotion, just one instinct. "Feed." The water convulsed. Galatea screamed and grabbed Amphitrite as a shockwave slammed into them, flipping their bodies like leaves in a cyclone. The ocean above roiled. The trench exhaled a massive plume of ancient, toxic heat that shot upward like a volcano erupting underwater. Creatures fled in frantic clouds. Sharks, eels, squid, all racing upward to escape the awakening. The voice pressed harder.
Feed.
Amphitrite gritted her teeth.
No.
You will not rise. The devourer's pulse answered by cracking the plane fully open. A massive plate of stone flipped upward, revealing the faint outline of something beneath it, something that glowed with a dim blue rhythm. Galatea gasped. Is that its body?
No. Amphitrite whispered.
That's its heart. The devourer's heart was the size of an island, a pulsing mass of translucent flesh encased in layers of stone-like carapace. The glow inside it beat rhythmically, sending waves of hunger throbbing through the deep. Galatea staggered. It's starving. Amphitrite nodded grimly. It always has been. It feeds on emotion, tension, power, fear, anything alive. If it rises, it will feed on the world. Another collapse thundered through the trench. The devourer's heartbeat quickened. His carapace split. A distant limb, impossibly large, shifted beneath the rubble. Galatea's breath hitched. Can we fight it? No, Amphitrite said. But we can tell the sea how to hold it. How? By giving it something stronger than hunger. Galatea frowned. What's stronger than hunger? Amphitrite turned toward the darkness. Meaning. She swam directly above the glowing heart. The water vibrated so violently she nearly lost her form. Galatea tried to follow, but the devourer's pull was too strong. She was thrown backward. Amphitrite touched the heart. Instantly, the devourer's consciousness slammed into her. Images ripped through her mind. The newborn ocean flailing, creating storms without thought, creating predators without balance, creating the devourer as its first attempt at defense. And then fear, regret, entrapment, the ocean burying its own mistake, too ashamed to ever look at it again. Amphitrite gasped under the weight. The devourer's hunger lunged into her, a pull so strong it could have hollowed her out. She pushed back with her voice. The sea has learned mercy. The devourer growled. The sea has learned remembrance. A deeper rumble. The sea has learned love. The devourer's heartbeat faltered, confused, curious. Amphitrite leaned forward, speaking directly into its consciousness. And now it will learn responsibility. The heartbeat shifted, slowly, painfully. Galatea stared as the blue glow softened, slipping from violent hunger to a slower, more thoughtful pulse. You're calming it, she cried. You're guiding it. But Amphitrite trembled violently. Blood-dark cracks appeared along her arms as the devourer's power pushed back. It doesn't trust the sea, she choked. Then let it trust you, Galatea shouted. Amphitrite pressed both hands against the great heart. The sea is changing, she whispered, and so can you. Sleep, rest. Your hunger is not needed anymore. The glow dimmed, the heartbeat slowed. Stone folded inward like the petals of a closing flower. Galatea watched wide-eyed. It's listening, not fully, not obediently, but enough. Enough for the devourer to sink deeper into the trench, curling into a dormant state not of imprisonment but of uneasy peace. The rumbling ceased. Silence. The water stilled. Amphitrite collapsed into Galatea's arms, shaking violently. It isn't gone, she whispered, but it will sleep with purpose instead of hunger. Galatea held her tightly. You saved us. Amphitrite shook her head. No, the sea saved us. It chose meaning over instinct. The ocean pulsed above them, gentle and grateful, a lullaby echo of Thetis's song. But far off, beyond the trench, another vibration stirred. Not hunger, not memory, something awakened, something watching, something waiting. For thousands of years, mortals had heard only noise when they listened to the sea. Waves crashing, tides breathing, storms roaring. They built myths around that noise, imagining gods hurling tridents and monsters stirring beneath the foam. But they never truly heard the sea. Not its emotion, not its memory, not its voice. Until now, Thetis's sacrifice had done more than guide the ocean's awakening. It had opened a bridge, a thin, trembling conduit between mortal perception and the sea's newborn consciousness. For the first time in history, The ocean was not simply reacting to humanity. It was speaking, and humanity, fragile and flawed though it was, began to listen. It started on a small fishing village in the Cyclades. A boy of 12 stood barefoot on a pier at dawn, casting his net as his ancestors had done for centuries. The sea was calm, too calm. No wind, no waves, only silence. He frowned, peering into the stillness. Then he heard it, a hum, soft, low, a vibration that felt like the memory of a lullaby. Not a sound his ears heard, but a resonance inside his chest. The boy dropped his net. "The sea is singing," he whispered. His father laughed at first, but when he stepped forward and listened, the smile died on his lips. His face softened. "I hear it too," he murmured. Word spread. Villagers gathered at the water's edge, each one falling quiet when they felt the vibration ripple through the tide. Some cried, overcome by a feeling they could not name. Some knelt. Some simply stared into the still water, unable to look away. For the first time, mortals heard gratitude, a soft pulse echoing Thetis's final lullaby. Across the world, strange things began to happen. On the California coast, surfers reported that the waves no longer crashed in chaotic patterns. They broke in rhythmic, intentional sequences, sets of 3, then a long pause as if drawing breath. Marine biologists recorded the patterns and realized they were structured, almost like sentences. In a seaside temple in India long swallowed by sand, the tide rose each morning just high enough to wash its carved steps but never high enough to erode them. Priests wept, for the water seemed to bow, a gesture of remembrance. In Japan, fishermen found ancient pottery fragments washed up on shore, arranged in spirals that matched constellations above. Archaeologists thought it coincidence. The elders did not. They recognized reverence. Everywhere, the sea began to exhibit signs of intent. Not domination, not fear, reflection. Thetis's lullaby pulsed through every current. Mortals began to feel it. But as humans listened, so too did the sea speak warnings. Not with storms or destruction, but with precision. In New Zealand, a wave rose gently against a coastal cliff, carrying a stone the size of a heart and placing it at the feet of a hiker. The stone split open to reveal a fossilized shell. On its underside, patterns spiraled like writing. Not letters, not language, but an unmistakable message. Time is moving. In Venice, the tide rose just high enough to flood the steps of an old library, soaking only the books that described forgotten flood myths. Not ruin, but reminder. In Brazil, a beach that had eroded for decades suddenly rebuilt itself overnight. Sand carried back by a tide that seemed to work with intention. Geologists were baffled. The elders whispered, "The sea remembers," and still mortals listened. The shift reached its peak during a storm off the coast of Bangladesh. Winds howled. Waves rose, towering, monstrous, certain to erase villages in their path. Families fled inland in terror. But then, the waves stopped. They stood still, frozen mid-crest like sculptures of water. Rain fell in sheets, but the sea held its breath. A child, clutching her mother's arm, whispered, "It's waiting." She was right. The storm raged above, but beneath, the ocean lowered itself, an unnatural retreat, steering the surge away from human settlements and into an uninhabited marshland that needed sediment. Thousands were saved. Satellite footage shocked the world. What force, scientists asked, could control an entire storm surge like a shepherd turning a flock? Only one answer fit. The sea did it, because the sea had learned mercy. From a ridge overlooking the restored marsh, the sisters watched humanity grapple with its first real conversation with the ocean. Galatea hid a tremor in her voice. "They're listening, Amphitrite, truly listening." Amphitrite nodded, though her face was somber. "Yes, but listening is only the first step. Understanding must follow." "And after that?" Galatea asked. "Change." Far below, villagers touched the newly formed lagoon with reverent fingers, whispering prayers not to Zeus or Poseidon, but to the sea itself. They are beginning to treat the ocean as a living being, Galatea said softly. It is a living being, Amphitrite replied. For the first time since creation. She knelt, letting her hand rest in the shallows. The sea no longer hides its voice, but it also no longer hides its expectations. Galatea frowned. Expectations. Amphitrite pointed toward the horizon. It wants partnership. Then her expression darkened. And partnership can be broken. A deep tremor rolled through the water, subtle, distant, but unmistakable. Galatea stiffened. The devourer? No, Amphitrite said. Something else. Another vibration followed, rhythmic, deliberate. Galatea gasped. Footsteps. Amphitrite stood.
No.
Not footsteps. She stared into the sweeping dusk, where wind carved ripples into mirrored water. It is something walking toward us, she whispered. Something drawn by the sea's awakening, and by the devourer's stirring. Galatea's voice cracked. What is it? Amphitrite answered without blinking. A god. The water trembled. He is coming. The sea sensed him before the sisters did. A ripple of recognition. Old as Olympus, heavy as storms. Rolled through every current, bending kelp forests, stirring coral dust, and sending thousands of fish shimmering toward the depths in instinctive obedience. Amphitrite felt it strike her like a memory returning too suddenly, too forcefully. Poseidon, the sea father, the earth shaker, lord of storms and salt. But the sea no longer belonged to him. Not entirely. Not anymore. Galatea stepped backward, her breath caught in her throat. He's different, Amphitrite had already noticed. The presence drawing near was not the towering, tempest-wrapped deity who once commanded oceans with a snap of his fingers. This presence pulsed with uncertainty, a hesitation woven into each step that thudded against the surface of mortal reality. A god returning not to his domain, but to a place he feared might no longer be his. The horizon darkened, not with storm clouds, but with shape. A vast silhouette rose through mist, shoulders like cliffs, hair billowing in tendrils of storm wind. Lightning flickered through the strands, coiling like living veins. But there was no thunder. Poseidon walked on calm water. Calm. That alone terrified Amphitrite more than any storm he could summon. She stepped forward, anchoring herself as the sea around her shimmered in confusion. He feels wounded, she murmured. Galatea trembled. Wounded gods are dangerous. A vast wave rose behind Poseidon as he approached, not summoned by him, but reacting to him, like a creature unsure whether to greet or defend. The wave's crest curled, then fell back in an uneasy bow. Poseidon slowed. He looked at the water beneath his feet, and for a moment he seemed afraid of it. When he finally reached them, he did not thunder greetings. He did not lash the sky. He did not roar with pride. He exhaled, and the ocean rippled with confusion. Amphitrite stepped closer, her expression unreadable. You returned. Poseidon lifted his head. His eyes, once violent, glittering storms, were now dimmer, threaded with something unfamiliar. Humility. I felt the sea change, he said quietly, and I could not stay away. Galatea bowed instinctively. Old fear, old habit. But Amphitrite touched her arm, keeping her upright. No titles, Amphitrite said. Not until we know what you've come for. Poseidon did not bristle, did not rage. He smiled faint, sad. I came, he said, because the sea no longer answers me. Galatea stiffened. Amphitrite's heartbeat slowed. Poseidon continued. For eons, it echoed my will. Whether in calm or rage, it followed my command. But in recent days, his gaze dropped, shame flickering on his face. It is quiet to me, not defiant. Quiet, like a child who has grown beyond needing guidance. Galatea whispered, it doesn't fear him anymore.
No, Amphitrite murmured.
It respects itself now. Poseidon studied her carefully. You feel it too, don't you? The shift, the tide turning inward, the lullaby in its veins. At the mention of lullaby, Amphitrite's breath caught. He saw it. He knew. Poseidon took a step closer, his voice lowering. Where is she? The water between them vibrated. Galatea looked away. Amphitrite answered, steady and calm. She returned herself to the tide. Her immortality guides the sea now. Poseidon's face broke. The Sea Father, the god who leveled cities, who broke islands with rage, looked suddenly small. His voice cracked like an old ship's mast. Thetis is gone? Not gone, Amphitrite whispered. Changed. Poseidon's jaw tightened, trembling. He sank to his knees, not from grief's weight, but because the sea beneath him no longer supported divine arrogance. Galatea watched in silence, breath trembling. He loved her. Every god did, Amphitrite murmured, but none as deeply as the sea itself. Poseidon touched the water gently, as if hoping to feel her pulse. But the ocean did not rise to him, did not answer him. It simply existed, whole in its own consciousness. He bowed his head. I felt her fade, Poseidon said, a soft unraveling across the ocean floor. I tried to reach her, but she did not call for me. Amphitrite softened. She wasn't calling for anyone. She was giving herself away. Poseidon closed his eyes, centuries of regret gathering behind his eyelids. Galatea swallowed. Why did you really return, Poseidon? The Sea Father lifted his gaze, and the wind stilled, and the water tightened, and Amphitrite felt dread settle into her bones. I did not return for vengeance, Poseidon said, or to reclaim a throne. He stepped forward, towering above them, but not in dominance. In warning, I returned because something stirs in the deep, something older than Olympus, something that once obeyed only the sea, and now feels its shifting heart. Amphitrite stepped closer. You know what it is? Poseidon nodded. I imprisoned it, he said softly, when the world was young. Galatea's breath froze. You imprisoned the devourer? No, Poseidon said sharply. Not the devourer. He pointed a trembling finger toward the distance, toward the horizon where waves shivered, turning to glass. The devourer is only one of the sea's forgotten creations. Galatea's voice broke. There are others? Poseidon nodded. And one is rising. It hears the ocean's new heartbeat. It smells Thetis's sacrifice. It recognizes the sea's awakening. Amphitrite's eyes narrowed. What creature? Poseidon's voice dropped to a whisper so ancient it felt carved from stone. The first storm, not a storm summoned by gods, not a storm born from heat, not a storm shaped by weather. He met Amphitrite's gaze. A storm born from consciousness itself. Galatea trembled. A thinking storm? Poseidon corrected her gently. A storm that once governed the sea, before gods ruled anything. The water beneath them pulsed with dread. Poseidon stood tall again, lightning flickering in his beard. And now, he said solemnly, it awakens to reclaim what it once commanded. Amphitrite clenched her fists. This storm, Poseidon said, voice vibrating with prophecy, is not wind or rain. He leaned in. It is intention. The sea darkened. And it is coming. Silence is never empty in the ocean. Even when the waters appear still, there are always distant echoes. The click of a dolphin hundreds of miles away, the groan of shifting tectonic plates, the soft heartbeat of coral. But now, all of it vanished. The sea fell into a silence so complete that Amphitrite felt it like a physical blow. Galatea clutched her arm. Everything just stopped. Not slowed, not calmed. Stopped. The currents froze mid-flow, suspended as if held by invisible hands. Plankton swirls halted in perfect spirals. Even the bioluminescent creatures dimmed to nothing, leaving the deep in a void blacker than night. Poseidon stepped onto the still water, his form towering but strangely uncertain. Lightning curled around his wrists like nervous serpents. His trident glowed faintly, though it did not hum with its usual authority. It has begun, he said softly. Amphitrite's voice was steady, but inside she felt a churning fear. The first storm, Poseidon nodded once. Galatea whispered. Why can't I hear the sea anymore? Poseidon closed his eyes. Because the sea is listening. They felt it then, a pressure rising from the deepest trenches. Not the pressure of depth or gravity, but something more ancient. A presence older than tides, older than waves, older even than the devourer. At first, it felt like a breeze brushing across their skin. Faint, harmless. Then it thickened. Then it grew. Then it watched. Amphitrite inhaled sharply. It's aware. Poseidon's jaw tightened. It always was, but it hasn't awakened in eons. Galatea trembled. If this thing ruled the sea before gods, then what does it want now? Poseidon stared into the horizon. It wants to know why the ocean feels fear. A low hum rose from beneath them, vibrating through every fiber of the water. The surface rippled, not with wind, but with emotion. Confusion, curiosity, and something else. Recognition. The newly conscious sea was trying to greet the ancient presence. The ancient presence did not answer, but it arrived. A single ripple appeared miles away, a perfect ring expanding outward, silently cutting through the unmoving water. It glowed faintly with pale white light, as if the moon itself had drawn breath beneath the waves. Galatea's hand flew to her mouth. What is that? Poseidon's voice was low. It's I. A second ripple followed, and a third, each one larger, brighter, trembling with impossible force. Amphitrite felt her chest tighten. It's rising. Poseidon stepped backward. No, not rising. He pointed at the water around them. Revealing. The sea itself seemed to peel open, layer by layer, like fabric pulled taut and then torn in a single clean motion. The sisters stared into the rift. Not a crack in the earth, but a crack in reality. A place where water, memory, and consciousness merged. What emerged was not a creature. It was not a storm. It was a mind. A swirling vortex of silver and black, spiraling inward and outward at once. Lightning flickered inside it like trapped souls escaping. The water around it trembled in terror. Galatea whispered, It looks like thought. Poseidon exhaled. Because that is what it is. Amphitrite stepped forward. What does it want? The vortex pulsed. Waves rose. Currents twisted. Their ears rang. The sea spoke through the vortex. A voice that was not sound, but pressure and memory and force. Why do you fear? The question struck the sisters so powerfully that they staggered. Galatea clutched her head. It's inside us. Poseidon steadied her. Stay focused. Speak carefully. A mind like this doesn't understand mortality. Amphitrite lifted her chin. We fear because the sea is changing. The vortex tightened. Change is not fear. No, Amphitrite replied. But losing control is. The vortex pulsed again, slower this time, curious. The sea lost control? Galatea whispered. It's asking like a child. Poseidon shook his head. No, it's asking like a god who forgot what fear was. Amphitrite stepped closer, her voice steady. The sea is learning mercy. It is learning memory. And because of that, Poseidon finished for her. It woke you. Lightning crackled in the vortex. Mercy is weakness. Amphitrite's eyes flashed. No. Mercy is strength mastered. The vortex shuddered, warping the water violently. Shockwaves rippled outward, flattening waves for miles. Galatea yelled, It doesn't understand. No, Amphitrite murmured. It understands too well. Poseidon stepped forward, raising his trident. Ancient One, he called out. You were created when the sea had no will, no morality, no boundaries. But the sea has changed. The air thickened. Time slowed. The vortex listened. Thetis gave it a soul, Amphitrite continued. And with that soul comes heart, courage, pain, forgiveness. A deep vibration rose from the vortex, questioning. Heart? Amphitrite nodded. Yes, heart. The vortex's glow softened. The spiral slowed. But then something shifted. Lightning flared violently. The vortex twisted into a spear-like shape, pointing outward across the ocean surface. Galatea gasped. It sensed the devourer. Poseidon cursed. The Ancient One sees hunger as challenge. It will try to destroy it. Amphitrite's face paled. If those two forces collide, the sea will tear itself apart. The vortex surged forward.
No!
Amphitrite screamed. Stop! She dove directly into its path. The water exploded around her. Pressure slammed into her body like a collapsing mountain. Galatea screamed her name, but Amphitrite kept pushing, her voice echoing inside the vortex's spiraling mind. You are not the sea's judge, lightning snapped. You are not its ruler, thunder boomed underwater. You do not choose what the sea becomes. The vortex stilled. Amphitrite's voice softened. The sea chose mercy, so choose with it. A long, trembling silence followed, the most fragile silence the ocean had ever held. And then, the vortex dispersed, not violently, not angrily, softly, like smoke dissolving into mist. The glowing rift closed. The water regained breath. Currents resumed their flow. Light returned to the deep. Galatea collapsed with relief. Poseidon lowered his trident, stunned. Amphitrite rose slowly from the water, trembling, exhausted, but alive. The sea, she said softly, has found its voice. Galatea touched her hand, and it chose you to speak for it. Amphitrite turned toward the horizon, where the last glow of the vortex faded into the depths. No, she whispered. I only reminded it of the one who taught it mercy. The water pulsed beneath them, a soft echo of Thetis's lullaby. Poseidon bowed his head. Her memory still guides the tide. Yes, Amphitrite replied, and it will guide the world. The sea fell quiet once more, not with fear, not with threat, with peace. A silence filled not by emptiness, but by understanding. The silence of a sea that had finally learned to think, and to feel, and to choose. As the last echoes fall gently across the tide, may your thoughts drift with the ancient calm that holds the world in its quiet hands. Rest deeply, knowing the sea remembers every story, and that another waits patiently for you, just beyond the waves.